Welcome one and all to today's stream. We're going to be running through the Dyson Sphere game. I have over 200 hours as you can see in this game so far, and I already have a second Dyson Sphere building. We're just basically going to be working on my Forge world today because I want to get a permanent setup done so I don't have to touch it ever again. Now I've also done some work and fixing up my audio, so hopefully my breathing shouldn't be as obvious in this one. I've put some filters in and just farted around in OBS that I have absolutely no idea how to use, but my mate of mine is more good with audio stuff than I am. Yeah, hopefully I've nutted it out. Still very new to this whole audio stream thing and whatnot, but we're getting there. So I'm just going to turn the in-game audio down a bit. There we are. That's a little loud. So I actually shut off my cannons. They're still firing off the remainder. So this is my second Dyson Sphere. This one's really bland in the structural segment setup, but even then, the amount of structural segments was roughly 37,000 rockets needed to actually build just these structural segments, and a massively unknown number for cell points, which is the little cells that are filling in this area. So, like, here's a mid-range one at 25,000. So, I don't know why some of them have less than others and others have more and whatnot, but randomly this one's at 25,000 solar panels essentially to fill in this square here, here, and here, and here. Not the highlighted one, the actual little square you can see that has already been finished. So each one does its own little square if you follow the cursor. Otherwise, you have a massive amount getting done up here. As you can see, this is pretty much all finished up here. And we've got another huge amount here. So, and here, down here's getting finished currently. So, as you can see, we've still got 3,000 solar sails in orbit of this Dyson Sphere even right now. So, because it was just storing them in the Dyson Swarm around the Dyson Sphere, I turned that off, and I'm hoping that even the little bit of fire coming up to the Dyson Sphere will be enough to be absorbed. And we can actually probably get this going again, since we've already got a huge stockpile of that going again. Oops, wrong thing. How you want to do that? Hopefully that didn't put them there. I did have 2 lines of cannons going to get this thing built in a timely fashion, but I haven't had to do that since we've already got a ton up there. And I'm taking advantage of my guy's little builder thing to build a huge amount of storage modules for my Forge world. And one thing I learned to do on this is this conveyor line actually circles the planet. Goes all the way around and comes back here. There is method to my crazy madness, but yeah. If you can't figure out why somebody would do that, I'm not going to try and explain it to you. Mainly because I don't know how to explain it. All I know is it works better if you have a constant line like that. Because, actually, let's do a balance. There we go. That's balanced now. This means it gets a chance to pull off the line whenever it needs. So, like areas down here, these should be still firing off their old reserves, which would be running out very shortly. And the cell line should be somewhere down here, maybe. Oh, there it is. So it's circling, filling these up as they get their amount that they want. As you can see, it strips it off, and then the line keeps coming. Just means when you've got a limited number of it, if one area of the planet is active and others aren't, it can keep supplying it. Just it's also not the most efficient way to do it in some ways, but it's more of a balancing technique. I nutted out. Now I have not watched anybody else play this game. I'm literally just yeah having a crack at it myself because I like to figure these things out for myself because it's a lot of fun. And you also learn from your mistakes more than learning from others. So I'm sure there are some interesting ways to do some setups that are a bit better than what I did, but I kind of like it. So here we go. It's finally come back around to here where little breaks in the lines will start running into here. Now, the priority I always shift to this input. So it keeps doing that. So it'll keep moving and going around and it prioritizes this feed in so it gets rid of the breaks in the line and feeds in new fresh stuff. So yeah, it keeps moving. And when we zoom out, we can see the feed in. This number here is skyrocketing. Because each of these little structural nodes can only absorb so many cells so quickly, you can actually get to the point where you're flooding it and the solar cells just start sitting in orbit forming a Dyson swarm around your Dyson sphere, and it's honestly they just go to waste. And yeah, if they're going to waste, what was the point of building them? So when I first tried playing it, I was like, well, why are these actually disappearing? Because, well, I guess shelf life is the easiest way to put it. But when you look at that, the flow rate coming out, it looks pretty awesome. Or if you go into map mode and you look at this and you zoom out a little, that looks really cool, I reckon. It's like we're attacking the star. So you can see our little constant shipments of parts getting sent out or resources that are being demanded. So this is constantly supplying my production back at my main planet. So all the star systems close to my forge that I've set up so far are just sending resources constantly back to my main base. To the Scooty 4. Let's go have a look. Ah, silly sensors, go away. Autosave bump glitch there. And this is my first Dyson Sphere. We're coming up. This one's finished completely. Doesn't produce anywhere near as much power as my new one is because I built around a G-type star and the other one's an F-type star. So, but we can stay in warp right to the outskirts of this planet. There we are, and welcome to my Forge world. I'm redoing a ton of this. We can stay in orbit for a while as long as we increase our speed. And this gives you a brief view of everything I've done. to get these spheres moving. And this is my new project area. So let's have a land. So instead of having spaghetti of conveyor belts, which are driving me batshit crazy, I am doing more of a drone kind of swarm idea soon. So I have raw resources come in. As you can see, they're stockpiling as well for both sides. This is why I'm building all these extra storages for this project. Here's my stuff that I've been using randomly in my storage to actually build stuff. And I built some extra storages for actually all these here. So as I said, this is the current project, but this is my current world. So it builds everything. This is even my research world. So this is taking advantage for the power from the Dyson Sphere, which I started to nut out that I could actually squeeze some solar panels in around here as well, which they don't get a lot of power now because of the Dyson Sphere, but power is power. So my oil area. So this is literally, all this is just to make this fuel here, which is the I can't remember the name of it right now. I had a memory blank. Where are we? Deuterium. So it's shut down right now because it's filled up those storages. So I've actually got a lot of deuterium stored up now. So this is actually making the bits and pieces for making Dyson spheres. So I have 18,000 of these rocket segments, rockets that actually do the structural segments saved up, ready to go. So you could actually build these little towers higher up on the sides, but I stopped at a certain height to there. So as you can see, there's 10,000 stored in here, and this was taking bits and pieces, and this is doing my main solar sale supply to the current Dyson Sphere that's getting built. But this is what my first one looked like. And so why I went for this pattern was, as I was doing my research, I was unlocking different layers of how much I could actually build on the Dyson Sphere. And I kind of wanted an intricate pattern for this, but this took forever to build. And this one, as you can see, it's only making 13.2, as my wife likes to say, gigawatts. Because, she's funny like that. Even at full production. So, and you can tell how much this is going to be by the star illumination. So we can look inside, and it looks really cool. I never thought I'd finish this thing. It only took me 170 something hours to build it. So yeah, it took a while. That was quite a few times of leaving this running when I wasn't here. But yeah, now it is finished, and I've tried to copy the pattern all the way around, but it is hard to try and do it from this side and copy that side to do it, but I've done it the best I could. So my new one, is a lot straighter and in the lines and everything, and uses a lot less structural segments, but doesn't look as cool in some ways. Yeah, so that's the first one, and I'm using the power from that to basically power my entire base. The funny thing is, if you actually had a Dyson Sphere like that, you would not be getting even this much light to planets, which would make them extremely cold. So yeah, things would change radically. So this is all pulling in power. You can hook up I'm going to show you where they are. I'm not making a lot of them. You can hook up these little cell things, lenses, like I've done here. And it actually drastically increases the amount of power that these will actually produce. Basically doubles it. Takes up to 25 megawatts per receiver. and that's actually a lot of power in this game. So, like, you compare the power usage in this game to, say, something like Factorio, and you don't even have to have half of it. As you can see from the orbital view here, the spaghetti of conveyor lines I have literally going everywhere is just literally insane, and it looks like from this angle, like, I don't know, roadways in an advanced city or something. So it's really insane. So all this is getting destroyed. It will. So it will all get taken over by my new production area. As you can see, lovely and clean, very minimum use of conveyors, and I'll be relying on drones shipping and whatnot. So I have an input one and an output one. So essentially allowing me to have 50 drones for local sourcing and each one, so 50 here, 50 here. And this one has 10 interstellar drones, and this one has 10 interstellar drones. So this can supply interstellar if I want, or receive interstellar if I want. So, yeah. And as you can tell, I have huge storages of iron ingots. And this is raw storage. Now, the reason why this section here is different than over here is when you build on different sections of the planet, spacing between facilities auto changes on you. So depending on whereabouts you're building on the radius of the planet, so it can be a pain in the butt, as you can see. So I have exactly 10 between the boxes on each row, so each one has 20. You can have more on a single line. I think it's up to 15 for a single row. So you have like 30 feeding off one of the Mark III belts. Um, the reason why I didn't do that is a lot of the times, even when it's running at full pelt, you'll occasionally find that one or two will get a little error symbol like this. Um, because it's just not absorbing quick enough. So screw that. Yes, right now it annoys me because, it's not running, but that's the thing, it's finished stockpiling, so I'm happy. So this is what it looks like. Oh, this one's also finished stockpiling. That must have done it while I was mucking around there the other night. So this is my old production area. So I literally was sacrificing all of the stuff here to help build this and get it all organized and whatnot. So this was the input one for doing the little crystals, as you can see here. And that was making this stuff here. So this is all going to be redone. This is all going to be redone. This will be redone. I'm not sure. I may leave this. I'm going to go turn off the little noise going off in my background currently because the washing machine's finished. So I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I hope you enjoyed the view of the inside the Dyson Sphere while I was gone. Turned off the annoying washing machine and put the stuff in the dryer for my wife because she does the washing. And yeah, bending always kills me, so that was really hurtful, literally, to do that. But yeah. Hopefully that helps her out. Alright, so we're still producing a ton of this. That's that. How much more we got to go? 4,000 seconds worth. Okay. What you do is, honestly, you just ignore the production while you're doing other things, so that, you know, while you're building things or touring or figuring out where you've got a lack of production or something like that, stuffs get built for you while you're not paying attention to the time. So let's come over here and get some fuel for my guy. Top it up. As you can see, we have masses of almost everything. I still build an awful lot in the robot's building area. Like all the buildings you can see basically here, I have built in the guy's building thing. I have not relied really on any production lines to actually build buildings. It's only been raw resources. It's really inefficient in some ways to do it this way. The only thing I have guaranteed to be built up is conveyor belts, especially the Mark IIIs, because I don't think you can build them. Oh, you can, but the amount I was using, like, is just ridiculous. It would have taken me forever to build that many conveyor belts. It was just not worth it. Conveyor belts was just, that was definitely worth getting the production to do it automatically. So we'll go into our research. Now we have finished every single research thing. These are repeatable researches. So I've done these several times already. This one, I'm just increasing the efficiency of my energy receivers. And then the next one after I've got scheduled is this one, which is Mecha Core. These are costing me 10,000 of these cubes to do one research. Like, yeah. So 10,000 of these cubes needs 10,000 of every other cube and antimatter. Now, the only way to make the antimatter is from these guys. So they got two settings, power generation and photon generation. So let's turn this in-game sound down again because that's extremely loud. Actually, we might be able to turn it down even more. Yeah, that's better. She better hear me nice and clearly. So this is producing photons, and I've already maxed out that essentially. Like, I've got a huge storage of this. So this was actually my first little idea of letting drones do the work. So, oh, that must be from this, or not sure. What was that supplying? I don't know. It's inputting it. Okay, cool. And exporting it as well. So let's input the export. As I said, there is spaghetti everywhere for this. So this is making my white cubes. So we've got constant blues, reds, greens are doing really well now. Purples are going good. It's yellows that are causing me issues. So what's going on with the yellows? What are you missing? You're missing the diamonds. And diamonds... These diamonds? No. Those diamonds. Okay. So these are titanium crystals. Yep, we're smashing out titanium crystals. It's the diamonds we're having issues with. So what's going on with the diamonds over here? What are you missing, sir? Something that I have a stupid number of sitting right there and you're not using. Why? We can soon fix that. Okay, so that should be an output line, not an input line. Okay, so do that, do that. And diamonds resume for now. Trying squeezing your research world onto your forge world was a nightmare. If I can suggest one thing on this game, separate them. Once you've got the ability to travel to other planets and other star systems, separate your research world from your forge world. This will all get pulled apart for me because honestly, I don't give two hoots about doing the research still because upgrades are repeatable. I don't know what they're doing here with this because it still says coming soon. So, yeah. But I have done all the research right through to mission complete. This, literally, it was just an achievement to say, hey, I finished it. Whoop-de-doo. So this is what I needed to get to just unlock the cubes. So, but you start off with really basic stuff. So like, you know, you got your Dyson Sphere program here at the start. So this is just what you start with. Then you get your first unlocks. Then you get your first stage. You get excited. It takes raw resource types like these items and these items to unlock these initially. So you're not even using cubes at the start. Same as here, and here. All different types of. Here's your first needing cubes to actually unlock stuff. So, but you find like it all locks things prior to it. So like this, and then if you haven't got what you need yet, it's got this here and here. So this kind of gives you an idea. This says available, not available. So it kind of gives you an idea as you go. And you've got your lovely research cube requirements at the very start here, just needing blue cubes. And at the very start, it's a pain in the butt to get things automated just to do blue cubes. So, and then you start getting red cube needed. So then you have to try and figure out just the lines that you need for your red cubes. Everything's just directed towards research at the start. That's all you're concentrating on is just getting stuff unlocked, really, so that you can build cooler and cooler shit, really. So as you can see, blue cubes are needed a lot at the start. Then you get your red cubes introduced. Then you start getting your yellows. So this one actually unlocks the yellow, so you have to do this one first, so it means you have to have done this one, and blah 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 backwards. So you end up with a lot of junk resources that you just don't need also as you clear off planets. So there's the yellows, and here we go, unlocks purple. So you start getting researchers that need purple, and more purple. Then you get green introduced to it. So launch silos, this is when you start building your Dyson Sphere. So then you get your stress system. Now this is why my first Dyson Sphere looks the way it does, because this unlocks the different degrees of where you can actually build the structural points for the actual Dyson Sphere itself. Meaning that every 15 degrees, if you basically look at a globe, and you look at the degree markers on it, every 15 degrees would unlock a chunk of the circle to allow you to build that section. So then you have to figure out a pattern that you're going to like for that. So you probably could do the straight sort of pattern that I've done previously, well, on the second sphere, but you don't think of that. You're like, oh, cool, I want to get this much built as while I can, or this much, or this much. So this has to be researched 6 times to unlock the entire thing. Although I've got to admit, the last one you don't really need to do because honestly, you can actually kind of glitch build put in the stuff you need for the last one by you don't put structural segments in the middle. You can kind of do the outer rim of it with a here I'll kind of show you. You can, this little pattern here I literally put these in just because I wanted to. You can actually have this entire area on this outer line here built and have this entire inner bit here scheduled to have the solar cells like this little chunk, but have this entire thing without the lines fill in, and you don't have to do the last research. So, and it just fills it in. And it's like, hey, cool, done. So you can get around not having to spend 7,000 of each type of the bloody coloured cubes at the start. So yeah, but I'm a completionist. I like to finish everything if I can. So yep. And then this unlocks your antimatter for your mass storage, which I didn't play with until very late game, because that was all geared up to doing the white universe matrix cubes. So I had no idea what I was doing. So as I said, I figured all this out myself. I have not touched this artificial star stuff yet. I probably could. I've probably got more than enough of what I need to do with it. I don't know how it works. I don't know what it requires. It's an energy ion current, produces 75 megawatts, so that's a huge amount. Made in a simple handmade. Yep, so you can make these handmade. The only stuff I don't know in that how to make it off the top of my head is the round circle bit there. Everything else I've already got built. So I have not played with that yet. So I probably will. So I don't know how big they are. I have no idea. So it's probably under there. Yeah, there it is. So yeah, if I bring it up in here, I don't know how to build that. Can you make them in your inventory? Yes, you can hand make them. So antimatter fuel pod. Oh, that's cool. Antimatter fuel pods. Because I'm using these ones currently, which they're really good. 600 mega, like when you've gone from using wood in your guy's little thing here to oil to your first stage little one of these, the hydrogen fuel rods, and then I went up to the deuterium. I kind of like my green ones. I've really, I kind of got stuck on them. I'm like, oh, cool. I'm only just starting to play with the antimatter ones now. Because the particle containers, they're a pain in the ass to make. Won't be so bad now that I've got my drone thing going, but so the concept of why I'm doing my drone swarm is, I shall show you. You've seen the actual, here we go, autosave. You've seen the raw material one, but I haven't built an actual production line one yet. So again, this is the raw material line over here. So copper comes in here, goes out to the storages, then from the storages gets made into copper ingots. And then from there supplies into another one of these which has max things in order to supply wherever I need copper ingots to build other items. So what I'll do is, for say I want to have conveyors automated, I'll be able to have since there's enough bits here for local production that there isn't any items that take more than 4 resources to build. The only ones are the cubes. So, and they have to be built in a very special thing anyway. So you could probably have one of these, only have it set for local. So all the cubes get brought to it and then turn and have a production line like this over here with just the making the no, you still wouldn't be able to do it with a single one. You'd have to have 2 of these. supplying all the cubes, and then you'd have to have antimatter by its own, because to make the white cubes, you actually have to have 6 conveyor lines onto the one source. So the Mark threes only, well, I think all the inserters only stretch a total of 3 little lines. So here's 3 conveyors, that's maximum stretch. So, and these have 6 items. It's the biggest production chain in the game. So here's what they look like when they're making and working. So we've got yellows coming in again. We're not getting enough purples. But honestly, research for me now it's secondary. I really couldn't give a fig about it. But this is basically, if you were going to set up a research world, you would just, and like you can see how big these towers can be. Like this is maximum height. You can't get a upgrade height for any bigger. So or any taller, I should say, not bigger, because here it is, vertical construction, level 6. As you can see, a lot of these research for upgrades can be done multiple times. It tells you, like I've done this one to level 3. So this one here, this is my research speed itself. It's at level 5. As I said, if you cared about research, yeah, whatever. Solar sail life. So the solar sails, when they're in orbit of the star, now can live up to 450 seconds for me. So I can't be bothered doing the maths in my head because I'm kind of lazy like that nowadays. Find after school that you don't use that much anymore. Basic like division, multiplication, plus and minus, you do use, but you stop a lot because calculators are fantastic. So 7.5 minutes they can remain in orbit. So solar sails, unless you're building the Dyson Sphere, don't even bother launching them. Like seriously. So, oh, well, there's the level 5 row, there's the level 6 row. So, as I said, 450 seconds for the lifespan. So, but what I was trying to show you is, like, this is my inventory capacity. So, strangely enough, you can't get a larger inventory capacity, which is drives you batshit crazy. I wish I could increase this even further. So, it's the one thing I wish I could do, make bigger. So, just like in what's it called? Brain fart. Station is? No, not Station is. Different game. Uh, they inflate your pocket dimension. Anyway, that's what they say. But be stuffed if I can remember what it's called. I literally have to look up a mate's YouTube to actually remember what it's called. Because I really like watching his stuff, and I would never build something as big as he does, because he's just, yeah, the insanity of what he does compared to what I would build is just night and day. Satisfactory. So, sorry, I had to figure it out, otherwise that would have driven me insane. So, satisfactory, you can have like 200 lines. This, it doesn't get bigger than that. So, I wish it did. Probably a mod out there that you could do it, but yeah. So, in the time we've been yapping, so we've 1,000 seconds have gone, and probably about 500 of these things have been built. And since I know I'm going to be using tons of them, that's why I have a huge amount building. I underestimated the amount of water I needed for this planet, so build probably 50 of these on because this planet originally was, yeah, not the grey color. I've literally gotten dirt from other planets to level this one out, so it's lovely and a blank slate to build on. The thing that I will never understand is why you can't build on the outside of the Dyson Sphere. Seriously, building outside Dyson Sphere. Please, let us do that. Because this surface area would be insane. Like, seriously. If that is the size of a star, this is the Dyson Sphere, probably say in the habitable range around a star. you could literally have millions of Earths worth if flat earthers were actually right, which they're not because they're morons, but what can I say? Um, if they were right and the Earth was flat, which, yeah, anyway, and you actually, you know, put it in stacks around the star like this, then yes, your surface area would be millions of Earths. Like, seriously. It would be like, you would not need any extra room. The structural requirement of it not imploding due to the extra weight would be insane. So that's probably why you wouldn't do it. But it would still look like, just having that blank canvas would be awesome. But, as many of us Aussies love saying quite often is, mate, tell them they're dreaming. And if you don't know that reference, you need to watch the movie The Castle, because it's really good. So, my next production I'm going to start working on right now is our green crystals. I'm not sure what they're called, but there's some over here getting made currently. That's my advice so far for this game. Gives you kind of an idea. Silicon ore. Okay. Now you can make this via stone if you need to, but honestly, there are that many planets around where silicon ore is literally just sitting on the surface as a mineable resource. Don't bother using the stone to make it. Seriously, don't. Just no. Go to a planet, find, like, here, let's zoom out. In this star system alone, this planet here, number 3, when you click on it, it shows you what the resources were. This had silicon ore. I literally have mined everything off that planet. Like, seriously, as you can tell, my initial planet here, we had millions of iron, millions of copper, not a lot of silicon ore. We had a little bit of titanium. Um, but yeah, as you can see, like, I've still got 1.6 million of stone. So yeah, well, I had like 20 million of iron. It is zeroed out. So you will go through stupid numbers of shit to build these things. Like, you can see, they're insanely big. So like here, this one still has some silicon ore. I'm mining it, and as you can tell, it's all coming down. And my little ships go there, bring it back and forth, blah 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 blah. So, and as you can tell, I've got interstellar ones going. So from star system to star system that are actually raiding planets there, mining resources, chucking it in the interstellar hub, and sending it back to my home planet. So this one here is the current one where I'm building my new Dyson Sphere. Um, and I plan to test out the idea of, building one around each type of star, just for shits and giggles. Just, because I can. But you'll kind of find that occasionally you'll get some gas giants like this, which are awesome. So if you wonder where you get your random, certain resources are hard to find in this game. So like special resources like fire ice and also hydrogen. So around this gas giant, you can put these little orbital collectors. I was wondering how these work. It's like, oh yeah, cool. I'll just chuck it above a planet, and it'll orbital collect all the resources I want. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. I didn't look at the little thing that says gathering target, gas giant. Pay attention to that. It helps. Yeah, gas giant. So this one does 5 types. That one does 3 types for storage. So this is like, yeah, planetary one, as it says. Literally, it only does the little drones for the planet. So you interplanetary ones, just make these. They don't cost that much more to make, like, seriously. It's another 20 of the little yellow, pink containers, sorry. Forgive me if I get colors wrong, I think I'm going crazy in my older age. So, and a bit of titanium. So seriously, just make these. It's worth the extra few seconds to make these than just have these. And it allows you to make every single port an interstellar connection if you need to. Makes your life just that little bit easier. So this one here, I'm actually going to cancel the inputs here, here, and here, and it's not going to need that anymore. So this is how you can end up with random crap in your inventory quite easily. I'm actually going to take everything out of that, and when these drones come back, I will take the stuff out of that. But we are going to start working on some lovely production. So I don't have any of these crap baskets. Alright, so this is how they make them. So I should have a ton of resources over here still. So let's top this up. Yes, ironically, you can put storage boxes inside storage boxes. Don't ask me how that works, but you can. Yep. Just do that. Just do that. Alright, we're chockers. What do we got? So I can drop that off. I can drop that off, that off. Let's sort this out. Drop off these resources. My fuel. And these are all the lovely little construction bits I usually keep on me. So I don't need the crap storage ones. Actually, I don't know how to destroy them, but if there's a way, I shall figure it out. So what do we need? So we need the steel. We need those. Alright, so I need titanium ingot. I need some steel, and I need the particle containers. Particle containers, titanium ingot. I need a lot more than that, but you always use the reserves that you keep stored around. And as I said, I can, once I empty this, because I'll end up putting some conveyor lines in. Oh, cool, got the bots out. From here to the new production area. So I don't like using conveyors if I don't have to, but it'll be a way to empty that without having to piss fart around too much. Let's go for a fly. So, oil. It is one thing you will need massive amounts of storage for. So, because you end up storing tons of the shit. So, especially the refined oil. So, how's my old... Here's my original oil factories, right here. So, this is all deuterium, this is sulfuric acid, that's all processed stuff. Here is the refined oil. You end up with tons of this, usually. I'm actually depleting this now because of all the fractionators I've got going, turning it into deuterium. So here's a massive amount of storage of it. So as I said, you need lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of storages of that. So you will go through shit tons of it. So here's another lovely thing that you'll need to store tons of. I'm not sure whether I'm going to pull all this down. I may leave this up the way it is because it took forever to set up. So I may just put an interstellar hub here where this can all feed into that and supply the world, but we'll nut that out later on. And so yes, what we're doing? Yes, making interstellar hubs. So we need... Where are they? Pink little cell things. There they are, right below me. Why aren't you guys making? What do you need? Oh yeah, you need some of these. Let's come over here and grab some storage of it. Whoosh. Come over here and top that up. Which means that these guys are working again, so let's grab some more. We've still got plenty of it. But this is why I want like a centralized logistics area for each one of these type of things, so that I don't have to move anything manually anymore. It'll all move by drones. So it's working smarter, not harder, really. So we've got tons of it stored, but we'll get more of it getting made. Alright, so we need, yep, titanium alloy, titanium ingots, steel, and plenty of these. So take a full row of that. Let's get some titanium alloy. Okay, cool. I don't know what that means, but are you back? 1 second. Alright, so I'm back. So I dropped off the titanium alloy that I had, which was a very little bit, and grabbed some more. And now we shall get some of the process stuff. This is why having storage columns is always a big thing. So, and we need some steel. Steel, steel, steel. There it is. I was moving this, that's why I got rid of it. But we should be able to, there we go, got 7 of them. So that chews up a bit of room in our inventory. Yep, need more steel. You can just click on these and just collect out the groups of 100, make it easy as well. So we should be able to, another 5. What else do we need? Yep, some more there. We'll get a few of these built. So it means we'll probably need some more of the alloy. Yep, yep, now we need some more of the pink containers. So this is the other thing, is trying to find shit can be really freaking annoying, especially when you've spread shit out and stuff's here and there, and you kind of organically build onto what you're already doing, and then, yeah, it can be a nightmare to find shit. If I want more, I need some more of the pinks, so you will use these guys, so don't feel bad about, you know, getting a stupid amount of resources up for it, because you just go through so many of them. So, but as I said, like while we've been yapping, you know, another 2,000, or another 500 of those storage containers have been built. So, you know, it doesn't take long for stuff to build, especially when you're distracted doing other shit. You know, here we go. Let's go back over to our main work area. we'll drop off the raw resources that we're not using. And since we're not using most of these right now, oh, grab those out, top them up into there. What am I missing? How about another one of them? Just gonna do that. Yes, you can, instead of having to use the build menu, you can get things directly out of there to use to build stuff, so it can make your life a little bit easier that way. So let's just put conveyor belt stuff in there instead. And let's put in, oh no, I separate it and then I put the things in the wrong spot. Nice work. So get those boxes out. And the reason why we're doing that is we can cancel this off to a point where, unfortunately, yep, we just got a huge whack of shit there. Yes, I did a stupid number of them just because, you know, I was busy doing other shit, so I was like, I can let that build. But now these will start building. So we can absorb this now, as much as we can anyway. And schedule these things to build again. We need steel. Unfortunately, you can't do it in any groups larger than 10. Don't ask me why. Because I don't know. And that. And that should come up to be 0. Sweet, means that we collected everything that we dropped. Excellent. We can grab that stuff, and we can grab that stuff, and we don't need any of that currently. So, now we can come over here, and I said to myself that I was going to put it on this side of the extractor. So, grab one of these, and we know we are only going to use 3 sides of it, so it can sit there right now. So we can top it up full of bots or drones, drop it full of interstellars, and I have some warpers, which you need to have supplied to these as well so they can go interstellar. So always set up a local demand. I always limit it to 500. We go local demand, and we max out the power for it. I always like putting a power pole right next to it so it guarantees she has her own power pole. But locally, I do have to check up what's going on with the space warpers because I'm running out of them. I think it's because I was using the top option and not the bottom one to build them, which I may correct because I'm getting greens anyway. So yeah, we've got stupid number of greens. So yeah, because what are we using? Yeah, we're using those. All right, so I'm gonna stop that production. And we are going to put in a splitter here. See, this is why I hate conveyors now. Hate. Put it in there. And we change the recipe to that one. And we just press quick key for it. All the quick keys for this you can find in the key description for like keybinds and everything. It just saves you piss farting around, and there we are. It's now using the green cubes to make these, which is actually quicker than the other sort, but since we're already, making green cubes, might as well do it. So let's just do this, then this, and there we go. Unlike Factorio, verticality in this with conveyors, it makes your life 100 times easier, but I am so sick and tired of messing around with conveyor lines. So as you can see, like I've got conveyors going one way, things going one way, things going the other way. It's insanity currently. This is why I'm fixing everything up and cleaning everything up. So as you can see, these have stopped being made for some reason. So what's going on with here? It's out of iron plate. That's because I shut off the iron plates over here, which makes sense. So, oh yeah, because where's all the iron plate things over here? Why? Actually, no, this is still making iron plate. What's going on? Ooh, that'd be why. Oops, I effed up. Yeah. Okay, so that's drained. Gonna end up with a ton of crap in my inventory, but sometimes you got to do this to drain the lines so that your production actually starts up again when you F up like this. And that's cleared. That one's cleared. Where's this one go? Ah, that would be why. Right down here. Let's clear out the line, and that's going again. And there was one last section for it. Oh, no, this one had already stopped because it didn't need anything raw. But let's just double check. Yep, cleared. How much raw resources we get? Well, a little bit of iron and a little bit of iron ingot. So that's all good. So that's restored. Yep. Not sure what I was using this to make. I think I was just storing it in the end. But, yeah. If there's something that it needs, I'll nut that out later. I wonder if it was this line here. Or did I literally just clear that line? I literally just cleared that line. Don't do that again, Andrew. Yeah. Meh. Alright, come over here. Raw resources can go in there. Drop off the warpers. Yeah, as I was saying about the warpers, so now this should actually, yeah, it's actually got warpers being supplied over to it now. Let's actually zero that, collect all this. I picked all them up, I did, yep, good. So that's gone. We're going to have 9 rows again, because I'm only using 9 out of this. Mainly, I had to come up with a number to choose, and that's what I chose. So, no reason, that's it. As complicated as that is, that's the reason why it's 9. So, it's a total of 180 smelters. So, yeah, nothing more complicated than that's the number I chose. So, yeah. Alright, so we know we're going to need 2 squares. So 2 squares away. So 2 full squares. Yep. So let's say 2 to a 3 row, and we will start our rows from here roughly. So let's come over here. How's production going? Yep, we're just making the last one, and we're starting making the boxes again. So how many of those did we end up with? Because I was not counting earlier. 24 of them. Nice number. So we've got plenty of conveyors on us. So let's grab one of these. So yeah, 1, 2. There's the third row. Here's good. This will be put up right next to it. It's not going to be right there, but it gives me indication of where it needs to be. So 1, 2, a little bit of a row. So let's say there. Put the box in. Yep. Yep. Then we put a splitter in. Gonna have to build more of those too eventually. Alright. So this will literally be the raw resource storage for the silicon ore. So we have our splits, and then we know that we put a 4 little row here. So it's a 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Grab a box, drop a box, space, box, splitter. Great quick way to be able to do stuff is you just hold shift and you can left click on something and it picks it up. So that's like there's a box. Inserters can be a pain. Inserters, I suggest having the menu bar to select them open because it's a lot quicker. So there's our inserters there straight away. And then we know we go 1, 2 rows. So we're just mirroring this for a while. So grab a box because we're going to have 9 of these rows. So grab a splitter, chuck her in. Shift clicking saves you so much time in this game. Just one of those little making life easier things. Now I do suggest every time you do it, do not forget to do your inserters. Make sure you know which way you're putting them in because they are a pain in the ass to try to figure out later. So don't forget them. So even copying something like as a power pole. So that's got power. Now our power system, this is a look at it. We're generating here. So a discharge from the great thing is for some planets that you're not really using and that you're just basically mining, in a star system where you have already finished your Dyson Sphere, you can set up your energy receivers there, charge these things, the accumulators, and they basically work like batteries. And you have a ship go out there with empty ones. It goes in, they charge them up from the power from the Dyson Sphere, and they ship back full ones of these. They come back here and they unload it. So it's essentially ship out an empty battery, fill up the battery, ship it back, discharge the power from the battery into your power system, and back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, blah, 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 blah. Once it's set up, you're set. So, alright, so we know when I put in the lovely building, which I'm probably going to put there. So, because I want to be able to access, and nope, can't do it because it's too close. So, let's do it there. Being that I want to access the 3 coming off here, and you always press tab and select which one you want it to pull from. So this being the raw resources one, I'm just selecting number 1 because it's only going to have one type of resource, mainly because it's the amount of drones that this can have. So since it's got a limited number of drones in and out, always make sure that it has, yeah, if it's just pulling one type of resource, it uses the drones more efficiently. So don't ask me why. It just, they have it very limited on how much they can have. Like if you compare it to Factorio with the amount of drones that you can have to say one RoboPort versus this one, it's night and day. There's a huge difference on it. So yeah, make sure. So there's our old power connection for one we had. So let's chuck it over here again. Now also for here, the max charge power output here, this is how much power it'll pull from your power system to charge essentially this RoboPort or the Interstellar Logistics Station. When you've got a power system that can basically handle whatever you want now on a planet like mine, you can top it up to a full 300 megawatts. On a new planet, I suggest putting it all the way down to 30 megawatts. Yes, it does it incredibly slowly, but it doesn't stop the power from getting to your production facilities on that planet because it will yank power out of it. Be aware, you can balance it as your power production on that planet goes up so that it can charge quicker and not completely kill your power systems. It's a balancing act, especially on a remote planet where the only thing sometimes you can have is wind turbines. Like the new star system where I'm building the Dyson Sphere, I started off everything with wind turbines, and I could have probably used that artificial star thing, but as I said, I haven't played with that yet. I drank some of my cuppa my wife made me. Very nice of her. These are the discharges, the exchanges, because I was working on my energy for doing the filling up the batteries and shipping them back. I had a bit of a project going that for a while, so I kind of do a bit of this project, bit of that project, keep me from getting bored really. So as I was saying from earlier, here let's set this to 500. You fill it up yourself first with what we had from earlier. So there's the ships topped up to 50, 10 interstellars for when we start pulling resources. We chuck in these guys are space swappers that we had. You can also chuck in a connection there, and you grab the space swappers out, and you can hold more than what a single group is. Like here, you got two different groups. If you left click on it, you only pick up 100, and you leave them there. If you control left click on it, you pick up everything you have in the inventory, and you can just hold it on the conveyor, and it fills up your station, the logistics station. So now you can see we've just put in 200. So out of the 500, then we go to local demand, and as you can see, one of our little drones from this station is off to go get some more of these to top it up by 300. So with this type of system, what we're doing here, I do suggest that you leave the minimum load for the interstellars at 100%. So that means they will pull 1,000 raw resources from, as you can see, this one's still at 100%. It'll pull 1,000 from your supply areas. So same as you can see, I've left it here, same thing. Maximum supply pull is from 12 AUs. You can change that. I haven't played with that because I haven't had to. So yeah. Oh, I haven't got this one at 500. There we go. Don't know. You choose a number and go, cool, I like it. All right. It's essentially why I'm doing that. So I chose 500 as my number. No other real reason for it. It's just 500. Bush, done, bang. All right. So we're going to pull this out. We're going to lay several temporary, very temporary conveyors to empty this one instead of trying to do it by hand. And you can do a massive line of it like this. This is one advantage this game does have over Factorio, is how far you can lay the thing while the lines while you don't have to pay attention. So alright, let's remove these ones from outputs to change them to inputs, just so we can unload this first station. with 3 of them going, it's a lot quicker than just running one. One would take us freaking ages. And you do have to select what you want. So this will be selected to remote demand. You got to change it. So local demand is pulling it towards it. Supply means it's exporting. So you also have one called local storage, or remote storage. I don't know how the remote storage one works. I have not played with it. Um, Also, your little bots, you have to be within range to let it build, but the great thing is you can lay the basic plans and then let them go over there. So here we go, 3 lines at roughly 30 cargoes per second. So that's 90 per second, feeding over here, and it'll start pulling out resources straight away, putting it into our storages here, which we now have a ton of them. We can now make skyscrapers out of these. This is why I have so many of these building, because I love maxing these out. So once this is built, I'm never gonna have to touch this again. That is my objective. I got sick and tired of rebuilding and rebuilding and rebuilding. This is going to make my life 100 times easier once the project is finished. It's just a matter of getting the project built. Like, you got to figure out what's going to make your life easier. You know, instead of getting confused on which bloody conveyor line goes where and that type of shit, like this, it just makes your life 100 times easier. So let's do that, and that, and that. Press number 1, grab a power pole out, whoosh, we're done. Because sometimes trying to actually select it when there's other shit around can be a pain in the ass. So let's grab this line here and just feed it straight in. So we got a little bit of silicon in our inventory because of that. And let's make towers out of this one as well. Now, towers don't interfere with the logistics hub. It doesn't have a collision box or anything like that, so don't feel bad if you do accidentally whack it into it. It really makes no difference. Alright, so now you can see this is how we supply our raw resources. So as you can see, we've got resources coming in. So think of this as like coming in from another planet. I know it might be hard to imagine that, but that's our supply line coming in from another planet. And this is why we set all these to number 1, because number 1 is the resource we're going to be using, so you don't have to piss fart around with that again. So I wonder how the station's going over here, because that looks like a lot of resources getting fed out of it. There we go. Oh, let's turn that off. That's the problem. Remote storage. There we go. It was getting filled up as quick as we were draining it. So, yeah. That's why I was like, this should be finished by now. But it's not. What's going on? So, that explains a lot. But that's well, as I said, I wasn't imagining it. That was from an external source. So, it was going in here, coming in here. So, which was kind of pointless. But, it comes in, our station brings the stuff in, feeds out to these boxes, which then feed the smelting lines, then gets the finished product gets stored at the other end, and then that gets exported out to one of these stations that can be used anywhere on the planet or interstellar if you wish. So let's come over here and grab that raw resource so we don't leave it there. And you don't have to care whether this one's got a little bit more than that one or anything like that. As long as it's being used, I don't give a shit. So this is why we're having so many lines of it, so that if there's an issue later on, just because one of these lines doesn't have enough, guaranteed one of these boxes will have enough to keep one of these lines rolling. So unless we, completely run out, which can happen. So I don't know what would happen in this game if you literally exhausted every star system that's reachable to this thing, because that would be an awful lot. So let's redo that. Then you just hit shift, left click on it, and it copy pastes whatever the preset is for this factory, which makes your life 100 times easier when you're doing this. as I said, there's multiple ways to put the presets of the factory on these areas, but if you know you're going to be building, a row of 10 of these, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, holding shift and left clicking on the building, and then it copy pastes the preset into it for you. Makes life just a little bit easier. So we have this come down, and then I swing it down there, and this will be literally copied for all 9 rows of this. So yes, it's going to get a bit repetitive, but it shows you how to do it. It just, yeah. And this is the finished product storage boxes. So here's our lovely towers of it. We press number 3, get our inserters going in. And then there you go. So our inserters to feed the factories once we actually start putting resources on there. We also have to hook power up to it, but this is also why we have 16,000 inserters. Because seriously, the amount you use of inserters is insane. But every one of my inserters, my guy has built in his inventory. I don't have a production line for inserters. I just have not bothered doing that just yet. So here's the exporters. Oh, stuffed up. Yes, I know it doesn't matter, but I do have a small amount of OCD. I think most gamers do. So, or people watching it might have, and I don't want to piss them off. All right. So, we got inputs, outputs, and we're doing the wrong thing. Oh, good work, Andrew. We're meant to be producing the highly purified purity silicon. So here's a good example. I press left tilde key. Sorry, the key next to your M anyway on Western keyboards. Well, the one we use here in Oz anyway. And then you use the key beside it, and then it changes out. And there we go. Now we're processing it into the more commonly used item, because seriously, like, this really only gets produced into, as you can see, the silicon ore only really gets produced into one item, which is this, and then that gets produced into other ones, blah 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 blah. Like stone later on, this is why I said don't turn stone into silicon ore, because it has its own production line. So into glass, why waste it? So, stone into silicon ore. It's the only direct option that it gets made into, other than, silicon ore itself. So, if we come over and grab some stone, there might be some around somewhere. Probably over here. No. Yep, here. Alright, so if we look at stone, grab a little bit of it, and then you look in your inventory here, and it's not going to tell me what it can be made into. Annoying. But yeah, essentially, gets them made into glass, can be made into silicon ore. So that's its options. Cool. See, like our line here, this thing is now finished. We can get rid of it. Get rid of the temporary conveyors. They're gone. Whoosh, done. Very happy. Now put in the permanent conveyors for this. Done. Sort this out. How are we going for producing those? This has got 500. Yeah, we're probably going to be able to fit it. And come over here. So the only thing we haven't finished is power poles. See, shift clicked on the wrong thing there. So easy to do. Power poles. And then on this side of this is copied on every single one. I do this. And this then feeds out to another interstellar drone hub. And we chuck a power pole there every time because OCD. And just like this, it feeds into this one, and this supplies it interstellar and for the planet. So Now we've just got to repeat the build process of this. I'd love to be able to do what my mate Kibitz does on his channel, where he just goes and will do a boop, but since we're doing it live, I can't exactly do that. I absolutely love that guy's channel. He does some massive building projects to scales that I just can't comprehend half the time. So, but he's definitely the inspiration on a lot of what I'm doing here. So I know he has done some videos on this game, but I have not watched them because I essentially don't want to. Everything I'm doing, I want it to come from me, not from other people. So I'm sure he'll have some awesome ideas or massive project ideas on how he does things, but this is how I do it. So I find this for my very brand new channel that I'm pinching a lot of concepts and whatnot from other YouTubers there at stages, and if I have any concepts from other YouTubers that I have co-opted for any of my gameplay or videos, I will let people know because it's only fair. Make sure everybody gets the credit where credit is due. So here we go, instant line production, chuck in our power, and then chuck in our storage, and go our massive towers. One thing in this is there is nothing wrong with having a stupid amount of storage. I've also found that the inserters, if you're going to be storing things at high rates and whatnot, at least 3 rows of stuff, make sure that you actually store it at a decent pace. So there are times when sometimes you have to add a fourth to get a constant run on things, but 3 is a pretty good number. So, and yes, I know we haven't checked on the Dyson Sphere for a while, but honestly, it had that much more to build. It's really not going to miss out anything by not checking on it. The one thing we can now do, since this is emptied itself, and we emptied the other one, we can now turn this on to remote demand. And as you can see, instantly our drones are leaving, going to get some. We're chewing up power because they take power to get there. And we're now importing 10,000 of this ore to be used. So instantly, whoosh, done. That'll start supplying our storages so that we can process it. This just goes to show you that this crazy ass method of what I'm doing here works. I could do like massive lines of this, like have just silly things, but it's more I'm doing it ratioed, I guess. So I could probably put more on or do other lines and whatnot, but this setup I know works. So I've done a mini version of like feeds and whatnot of this for other areas. So as I said, I know it works. I'm just hoping on a grander scale it still does. I don't see any logical reason as why it wouldn't, but let's have a look. And I know I've done an awful lot of talking about how to do certain things in this game or whatnot, but this is my first episode on it, and I stuffed up the direction of those inserters then. Got to go the other way. So really, if you started this game, like yes, we're starting with all the research having been done and everything, and the first Dyson Sphere already built. But if you were just starting this game, these are lessons that you can apply straight away. So like, if you were just starting, instead of you put a couple of storage boxes there for raw resources, you have your raw ore veins, which we might be able to find. Here we go. So here's stone. You chuck it. You get your miners. You chuck them on it. Try and cover as much of it with as many miners as you can. This is really rough. I'm rushing this, so I'm not trying to get really as much as I can out of it. There we go. As much as you can, kind of really. These then I think they're my interstellar sources. Like this is essentially the type of thing I've got set up on different planets using them, and they feed into an interstellar port, and that just sends shit like that. The full ones there, as you can see, it's sending them to here. And if you're just starting on a new planet, you can set up that, feed it across to this sort of production setup here, and you know, Bob's your uncle, you're done. So, and it also means that later on, when you're ready to kind of convert to having resources come in from other planets and whatnot, you've kind of got this setup already done. It doesn't need a huge amount of work to change it. Spacing stuff out on a planet is key because seriously, boxing everything up when you're first starting just leads to going, crap, I can't get room enough for this here, or this doesn't have enough room to do that there, and it just makes your life a pain in the ass. So you end up, well, I tried having literally a wall of multi-level bloody conveyor belts up to like 9 levels worth to feed stuff off to have like a main belt and things like that. It did not work. So don't try that. Having a main bus in this game, like I can't think of the lady's name now. I'll have to look at it. She does a lot of Factorio work. I can't. What is the lady's name? She does great videos. I followed it a lot on Factorio. Um, Let me find her because she is definitely one to go and watch for that type of stuff. I believe she's done a playthrough of this as well. Uh, Catherine O'Sky, fantastic for her videos on Factorio. Um, Answers so many questions, and she explains stuff so well in some ways, especially on her earlier videos when you have no idea what you're doing. Um, a lot of blueprinting she does. So that's one thing that they haven't introduced in vanilla in this is blueprinting. I really wish they'd had. As you can see, this kind of gets repetitive very quickly to do these things. But this is how you do it in vanilla. And I honestly love playing games in vanilla, playing it the way the creators have intended to, as hard and difficult as it is, it really does make you appreciate the game. Also makes you wish that they would introduce certain things, but um, videos and whatnot like this, showing the creators, things that would make quality of life that little bit better, is how that they observe and do these sort of changes. So there's our basic setup there, do that. As you can see, it's just repeated. We will have 9 rows of this, just like all the others. We'll have 9 rows, and now that this is finished, once it's done, I'd never have to do this again. Alright, power. Yes, as you can see, I've done this many, 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 many times, so I can be quite quick at it if I want to be. I just saw on the top left hand side, one of the interstellars just come back, and as you can see, we're still getting more and more of them flooding back, feeding the system. So the great thing is, as I've said, these are literally just bringing back raw resources to keep the system fed, and it's balancing out. So let's put our tower in, and you'll see that this one kind of touches the hub close, but no cigar. That one up there kind of does it, but as I said, it doesn't interfere with it, thankfully. So one thing to, as I said earlier, remember to do is finish each little thing, because it's so easy to miss in large scale projects, like having not put in a conveyor or something, and you fly around and you're like, oh, you may never see it unless you review what you're doing. But yeah. Oh, our power system is graying out. So all this means is that some of the I have to probably put more discharges on this planet, I'd say, from my batteries. And I need to rip up the other production areas that I've already got this stuff going in, because it's just duplicating the process. So using power that doesn't need to be used. Those artificial suns will certainly help, but we haven't gotten there yet. Once I finish this, we'll play around with that. I have no idea what I'm doing with it, so we'll be learning together. I don't know whether it needs an input or something. Like, usually you can't just generate power out of nothing, but we shall find out. You usually need some sort of input to get power running. I'll need antimatter constantly into it or something like that. No idea. But yeah, now that there's not enough power coming in, you can actually see, this. Okay, power's back. The color changes for the area of effect of where your power supplied or whatnot. So it instantly lets you know whether you're having a power drop, or if you're constantly, your power's still good. It lets you know as you're playing. Great little feature of this. So since the save file's getting a little big, the little blips of memory there needed to do the autosave can be a little painful, but most of the time it's no biggie. You just have to give it a second before you continue doing what you're doing. So yeah, there we go. Satisfaction's nowhere near what it should be. So I was trying to charge up my spare batteries on the planet, which seems to be working again. So, but meh. Occasionally, it's these interstellars, they can chew a lot of power out of your grid at times. So how many rows have we got? We've got 1, 2, 3, 5. We've got another 4 of these to build. As I said, big projects can take forever. So this is also why prior to doing any section, you have a whole heap of stuff pre-built, so that you can just paste, 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 paste. You don't have to wait for it to build typically. So how's our production going? We only got 50 more of the boxes to go. Nice. Yep, so as you can see, power outage. Well, not outage. Kind of a brownout, I guess. So we're browning out. Kind of works for the color scheme for that. But since honestly, I don't care about production rate. If things get disrupted a little bit, I honestly could not give a shit. I'm not that I have to have 10,000 of this built instantly. This is just, I never want to have to touch this ever again. That's why we're doing so many. I will show you in a minute how to also tear down previously built stuff so that you can recap some of your power that you might be losing from your new big projects so that you're not doubling everything all the time. So there is a easy way to do it. So yep, brand out again. Alright. And then we need this line to hug here. There we are. So it feeds there. And there we go. So that new one's getting fed. Nice and easy. So while we've still got a ton of room in these, we're going to go pull down the old ones. So we're going to store all our stuff, especially I think, yep, we've finished building. So we'll store what we can in these buildings here and here. All right, now we're going to come over here. And yes, you could probably do a production line to, or a conveyor line to do this, but meh. This is also how you get a heap of your inserters and burners back. So this was my main production area that's actually more relatively new than what you think. And okay, so I can't fit that entire box worth in there, so there we go. And since we're not producing anything, we don't have to worry about randomly dropping stuff as we go back and forth. Just come over here, choose a box, chalk it up with the control left click on the resource, done. Raw resources, hey look, this one over here is the one that's practically empty of it. Whoosh, done. And sort this out. Come over here, that one box is full, that one's raw resources. There we go, left control, left click, we're there. So now it's just a matter of flying over and going, hey cool, I want to empty that box and empty that box, and that one I can pinch more out of. So yes, you can set up conveyors to do this. Honestly, I'm not sure whether it's quicker. So as you can do that, I could literally just go back and forth doing a couple of boxes like that. So, and we will. Because you can do it from like all the way over here. It's actually got quite a bit of range on it. Yeah. So that's completely done. Then pick up that line, pick up that line, pick up that line. And the great thing is when you do the last box, it picks up all the inserters in one go. So, can't take a full thing on that, but take that. And here we go. And this is just honestly the easiest way to clean it up. So I could balance the load out for the resources for this, but honestly I don't care whether one line stops working because it really makes no freaking difference. I guess it really just depends how anal you want to be about shit, really. So as you can see, huge amount of copper is getting stored now. So yep. And the way that I'm moving these resources so easily is literally just a control left click. So it does get a little repetitive going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth when you probably could have set up a conveyor line and just gone away and left it. But this way, I don't have to set up any infrastructure for it. It's just done and dusted. I'm not even going to drop off those boxes because we can do that a few more times quicker. And there we go. So there we go. And when we did that last box, we picked up the sorters, so you don't have to pick up them individually, which makes your life so much easier. So we're done there. Just a matter of taking your time, really. So instant done. Couple of boxes full. Just do that. Do that. Probably won't. Yep. So we're halfway there already. So like it's repetitive, but now that this is done, as I said, I won't have to do this again, which makes me incredibly happy. So that's that done. Can take that box, grab a little bit out of there. Grab this resource, chuck that there. The other thing I'll be able to do now is I can turn off the resource pool for this one. So from remote demand to remote supply, this one's on local supply. I could probably turn that off. And what I can do is this one over here, I can do local demand as well. So it'll start having the little ones from over here start shipping the raw resources out of this one for this over to that one. See, little bots will come over to it. So I can probably do that with this. Set up a conveyor line to here, just like this as it already is, and set up an output one for these, and have it do a demand and supply and blah blah blah. So we may do that just to show you something different. So let's drop off our current load. I need to get a little bit more conveyors. Yeah, we're good. All right, let's just land because I get sick of hearing the engines. So we know 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and we put our interstellar hub in the middle. There. Yep. go grab some of our stuff that we need to do things. Grab that, grab that, grab them, grab them. I'll just take the lot, stuff it. Input. Input. Actually, I might hold them off for now. And go this, go local demand, top them up, top that up. We don't have interstellars there currently, so we have to do this anyway. There, go local demand for that. Power supply, grab this, chuck that there. And that will start pulling from the other tower. So we don't actually have to do that now. It shall do it thyself. Not as quick as what we can do it, but it'll do it all by its lonesome. So let's just connect that for now, so it's got the little marker there. Get rid of that. So yeah, that's now pulling from over here out of these resources, so we don't actually have to do that thyself. So we can get rid of this line, get rid of this line, get rid of this line. Another thing we need to do is rehook these outputs back to there. There we go. So this can just go maximum. If we want to make our life even a little bit easier, we can put in some temporary shit, so stuff that we will. Yeah, screw it. We'll have this one feed onto that line. Have this one feed onto that line. And that one can just feed there. So we need to put the extractors for this into here. Change that to there so that the sorters actually work. Put that back in there. So there we go, that's filling up as quick as it can, and it's then supplying the bots. We can top up the bots. We can turn this off to local storage, local remote storage, just have that basically go away. And we can collect all this now. Get a few of these back, which is nice. Wait for the save to do whatever. There we go. So this is now pulling in resources from that other one. And we will have to reverse these temporarily, because this will fill up. I'm being silly. Why don't I just put a temporary one on the sides? So that way I don't have to do this. That works. And tab allows you to select which one you want, or yeah, what number filter you want. This is temporary. We can pick this up at the end. Just putting a balancer on it so that each of the boxes kind of gets a nice little even supply. This way I don't have to destroy the outputs that will be left there permanently. There we go. We'll just drop that off. Come over here. Hey, look, this one needs more. Done. Whoosh. And we can get back to building. So this will continue to pull from the other one until it's empty and store it all there. And then we can just get rid of this temporary stuff and feed in the other one. While that's waiting, we can set up our these guys temporarily. Just don't put it in. So it means that we're not taking from one box and filling up another, which is just stupid. There we go. So, yeah, there, the drones are doing the work for us. We don't have to touch shite. So, as you can see, it's getting extracted almost as quick as it's putting into it. So, another case of working smarter, not harder. So, we only have to do, what's this? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We only got to do 3 more of these, and we're done. And since we've pulled up the buildings from the old one, the power that was needed for the old version of this has now been, I guess, allocated to this, and so is the resources for it. So, like the actual buildings itself, the conveyors, and everything, it's all kind of shifted to here, I guess you could say. So it's just reusing what we've already got, so we don't have to make extra and then end up with a supply of stuff that we're not using, which is just silly. So, and right now we're literally moving it from the later construction area that I had built, and there I accidentally fed into the wrong thing. I do have an old sector where this stuff was getting built in that is currently running like the construction of the Dyson Sphere and everything else. So that will be the last thing I pull apart. So we'll get there. It's just I've got a massive amount of work to do on this, and my lovely wife suggested that I show you guys my random gameplay of things that I do to give some content on the channel on other games that I play other than just Mass Effect. Which, mind you, I do love that game. I am not going to be buying the new ones by the looks of it, because seriously, until they actually fix up their port to PC, they can bite me. I already own 4 copies of Mass Effect Series 1 through 3, and also, I think, 2 copies of Andromeda. So, yeah, I don't think I need to buy a 5th copy of Mass Effect for something that they have not specifically fixed up for PC. So, that's my little rebellion on it, I guess. Also annoyed that they have not done more with Andromeda, or don't seem to be going to finish it. Don't know what they've done in the new one, if they do in Mass Effect 5, But I do hope they actually do finish off Andromeda, because seriously, that game had a huge amount of potential. It was just let down at the end, unfortunately. Besides, if they don't, you'd have to actually, like, if you're going to continue um, the original Mass Effect series, then you're going to have to say to all the players, this is the canon ending. So people might go, oh, I don't like that ending, and cause all kinds of issues. So, yeah, they can tinker with that if they wish. Also, the other reason why I'm setting it up like this, where I've got a single feed in, is later on, if I wish, I could set up another one of these here and have it just feed these three inputs, and then also the same thing for over here for these three. That's why I'm going 3 and 3 and 3. So that if one resource needs, like, it can't get enough to keep production going or something like that, I can expand this. So there is method to my madness, strangely enough. So, but that's a subtle increase in production, not a massive increase. So, or something that's going to disrupt where I have to redesign stuff. It's just a little change. So, and while we're doing this, I know that we're running out of these. So let's go get some of these scheduled and built. So I know I've got some of them. What else do I need for it? Cogs. I don't have any cogs on me. And metal ingot. Got some of that. Let's go get some cogs. Here's some cogs. Yes, I always make a stupid number of things when I'm building them, because that way I don't have to worry about it later on. Oh, I can get rid of that box. Good. And we need some iron, which we can go to our new area and go, thank you, sir. The whole point of this. Here we go. As I said, there is nothing wrong with having a stupid number of things being built. If you're going to be using them and you're already doing other things, you will not notice the time that it's taking in your inventory for the things to be built. Trust me, you will not notice. Oop. So we've got to go get more cogs. Don't need to build them if we've already got them built. It's pointless. Oh, the dryer's finished. I'll go shut it up so it doesn't annoy me repeatedly. There we are. It'll just chew up the remaining resources. What am I missing? Iron. Yep. Once we finish chewing up those resources, I'll be happy. We're pretty much done. So I just grabbed a little bit more iron. Finish chewing up those computer chips. Done. Probably ended up building some cogs, but who gives a shit. Yet there we are. We're done. Alright, and my factories have already replaced that iron I used. So, yeah. That's why we have this. Like, whoosh, done. Thank you, sir. Alright, I'm going to let you watch this on map mode so you can see all kinds of little things flying in and out for shits and giggles. And I will be back while I go shut up my dryer. Right, so let's get this going. We're nearly finished this bit of the project. The one thing I wish you could also do is just click and drag. Unfortunately, you can't. It'd be lovely, but eh. If a small channel more like mine actually got watched by the creators of this, please think of doing copy paste or click and drag on this for those type of things. That would be awesome. But I guess it's my own fault that I don't use mods. It's also because they cause sometimes game breaking issues that takes forever to get fixed on some mods. Others are fantastic modders and they do it almost instantly. But yeah, the game creators can do it themselves, I think. When you're doing steel production, you can make your life a little bit easier if you wanted to and set up direct feeds from when you're doing the iron ingots and feed from the iron smelter directly into the steel smelters. Because you can do the same thing in Factorio. It can make your life a little bit easier at times, but yeah, I'm not going to do that on this one. So there's a huge amount done there. Oh, yeah. I was looking at it wrong, going, oh, what am I doing wrong there? Brain fart. Commonly occurs as you get older, believe me. Plus, also my family has a history of dementia in it, so yay, got that to look forward to. Ah, see, this is where the curvature of the planet is going to be a pain in the ass for our very last line here, because as you can see, these lines are off-center to there, so yeah, that's going to be a pain, because it's going to spread out the distance in between them. So what we'll have to do is, yeah, like this, need an actual line in the middle. So that'll actually go past there. So that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And screw it, I'm going to put the extra one up here to kind of keep it the same length. And I put that in the wrong spot. There we are. Yeah. This is why you can't have serious OCD with this game on this type of planet, because things will be off center and off point, and you can't get things to be identical sometimes. So if you seriously frustrate you with that sort of thing, this is not the game for you. But you can get it so it somewhat looks pretty much the same as um, the previous stuff. It's just got a subtle difference to it that it is quite noticeable, but you can work with it so that it doesn't bother you too much. So like even this area is different now because of that. But the good thing is I can the extractors reach this far, it's at its maximum. So I had expected this to happen, so I wasn't sure it was going to, but I was expecting it. So, but oh, also by the looks of it, our boxes have emptied. Oh, there's only one that's still got some stuff in it. Which means if we want to, we can probably put some in there. But we can get rid of that. And we can get rid of this one. So we picked up all those inserters without having to do them individually, which makes your life so much easier. And this one's the only one with stuff left in it, so we can get rid of this line here. And we've only got one left, and we can also pick up the power poles. How much has it got to go? I'm just going to pick that up and just do it myself. Yep, that can go, that can go, that can go, that can go, and this. And that's finished, so that can be cleared out. That also means that since this one's finished, that can be cleared out. Just that way it doesn't accidentally pull it in. So we've still got some room. I can probably pinch this. Yep. Pick up the old lines, come over here. Still got some room here, so drop that off. Drop that off. And we can keep those basic resources on us. But now it also means that we can get rid of our temporary stuff over here. The only problem is you have to get rid of the inserters manually. But this is why it was very temporary. But the whole concept of why I'm doing the construction the way I am like this is the drones can do everything the player can without you having to dedicate a ton of your personal time to actually doing the work yourself. So just let the drones do it for you. So that's it. And I'm just going to put these back in because I deleted that earlier and just couldn't be bothered doing it back at the time. So there we go. And now we can hook these up. And hook these up. And change this from local demand to local supply and remote supply. And we've got a little bit here. So There we go. It's already shipping to a previous area that needed this stuff. So it's got drones coming in, drones going out. So yeah, there's our problem solved. So this one's all connected up to there. Hasn't been connected up on this side though. Getting the sorter to work on this area where it has to cross can be a pain in the butt. So if we try to copy this, this won't work. Don't ask me why, it just doesn't. So even if you try putting it up on a, you've got several varieties of this. So even if you try doing it that way, where it's got an elevated one, and you try fixing it, it just does not work. So this is why I try to avoid doing the cross lines like this, and I yeah, try and have it in the same area because it can be a pain in the arse. There we are. And it now has its feed, so raw resources coming in. Done. So there we go. All 9 put in place. All feeds coming out. Working. This all has its stuff done there. Yep. Just do a quick flyby, make sure she's all working. Yep. Done. So there's, 3 of the main resources piped up, supplying and being used. Let's have a drink. What do we got over here? I can drop off this basic resources there. I'll probably have to top up the fuel. What about warpers? Yep, we could use 4 more warpers. Alright, so we're still building a heap of these guys. Nearly finished. So as, like we scheduled a heap of these, hundreds. And while we were doing that other job, it's built. So you don't need to constantly focus on that type of shit. So it's pointless. So I can get rid of this column. Don't need them. Yep, there we go. Put a storage box here. We can store some spare of that since we're building more. And let's go check out the Dyson Sphere on the other system, see how it's going. It's always good to check up on your works and stuff. So I do need to go to my supply planets and check those out at some stage. I also need to find another organic planet that has oil and get that piped up and set up massive oil chains for that and get it supplying my network. So the oil planet will basically, like, I'm thinking that one planet will just be pure oil production. So I'm thinking about putting it in this star system coming over here. So how's this looking? Wow, we have a ring of unused bloody solar sails. So let's get down here and shut off the cannons so they can fire off its reserves and stop wasting cells. Yeah, we've currently got 22,000. I don't think we need any more over here. Okay, so it's only got these last, yeah, and a little bit there. Oh yeah, yeah, we do not need any more. And I'm going to shut down the import of new solar cells. Solar cells. Do not need any more. Thank you, sir. Don't need any of that. We're good. If we need to, we can put... I might set up some cannons for this here later on. Just leave a couple here just in case. I'm not going to feed them though. Just in case that 22,000 doesn't finish this Dyson Sphere. I very much suspect it will. But just in case. And we'll cut that off there. And what we will do is make my life easier. Is from here. I'm not sure what that whacking is. Check that out in a second. It's probably just the volcanoes itself. Get rid of that line there and replace that with a direct line like that as needed. Let's do that. Alright, they're set up ready to go. Just in case. But that Dyson Swarm should be absorbed by the Dyson Sphere fairly quickly, I'd say. Yeah, that one's got 28 left in it. That one's still pulling in extras. Yeah, I'd say the remaining Dyson Swarm should finish this off. When we've got 19,000, like this one here has probably got the least in it, and it's got a 6,000 there that can take. Same as there, 6,000. Yep, another 5,000 there roughly. Alright, so we are going to have to fire more. But yeah, these 5 should be enough. There we go. Alright, so one of the things we're going to set up while we're on this planet is some charging points. So, because we've got a lot of energy here that just is not getting used now. So our power system is, yeah, we've got about 300 megawatts of power that just is not getting used. So we're going to, from this point here, we're going to import the battery, guys. So we're going to go remote demand, and we're going to say, let's demand, say, 2,000 of them. Yep, there we go. And we're going to export those. So charged ones. So we'll bring in the empties. We'll export the full ones. So we'll do a supply line here of empties. Yes. Yeah, see it. There's another chunk of copper. Huge chunk of copper that we can pinch from. Charges, where are you? There you are. Try thing there. So these are how the power chargers work. So it takes in the empties. So here comes the supply of empties over here. Empties go in. These charge. Do that. So that'll start charging and you start getting our full ones output. And then we just do a common line for the charged guys. And we send that back to the station. There's the charged ones, so empties come in, charged ones go out. Just do full chuck of it. What we'll also do so that we can expand this. So there we go. Then we just chuck an expansion line down here. Put in some more of these. Splitter. Do another splitter here. And because the flow rate of charged ones is incredibly slow, you don't have to worry about balancing or anything like that. You just feed it straight on. So here we go. I've got some spare uncharged. And we'll probably do another. Yeah, let's use up a few more of those. There's 3. And we'll do another 3. Yeah, we'll put it over there. My dog's barking to my neighbour's new puppy. He's very cute, the puppy. My neighbour's fantastic here, so yeah. We got very lucky. Some neighbours can be absolute douchebags, but our neighbours, they are awesome. Alright, so we'll leave the splitter like that, just in case I do decide I want to put more in. There we go. When a supply of empties are brought here, it'll output. Got some fulls. I'm just going to turn that down to say 10% so that it'll actually export them. Also means like that's there. We're only using 100 megawatts out of a possible 430, so we got plenty of excess juice. So to make sure that this actually feeds out a little bit more, is put a bonus one like this. Good chance that this will actually feed down more. Yeah, like that. 2-to-1 ratio feeding down. So there we go. How much power are we using? Stuff all, really. Wow. So yeah, that entire shipment is pretty much done and dusted and shipping back to the main planet. So it's using power from this Dyson Sphere to charge batteries to supply to another star system. Pretty freaking nifty, I'd say. And we're firing a couple more solar sails here and there. Not very often, but it should be enough to finish this off. Yeah, see, there's a couple of poles up there. Alright, so let's leave that be. Let's head back to our main star system and check out why we're not getting huge shipments of batteries sent to this planet. Come on, enter warp. Nearly missed it. And quick landing. Alright. That's the power system for the southern pole. Go to the northern pole. Northern pole. Here we go. Not that one. Over here. That's the output of charged. Uncharged. What's going on? Yeah, it's got 2,480 charged ones coming in. Yeah. Alright, so I've got some production of batteries things over here. It's preset. Let's get some more made, eh? I don't know why it wasn't making, well, supplying enough, but that'll fix that problem. So our discharges is going okay. So we charge up our backup power pretty good. So our research is still going. How goes our warpers? Do a quick check on them. Make sure we've got a nice supply of those going. Oh yeah, that's better. Go grab our pile of over here, a couple hundred from our news section. There we go. Nice. What's this? Yep. I can probably get rid of this line. That one's full. That one's got depletion on it. There we go. Nah. Yeah, nah. I was thinking about putting some extra storage boxes there to accumulate more structural components, but eh. As you can see, we're storing up. We've got our main supply there. I think I might actually upgrade this one straight right now. Yeah, screw it. Go. That'll supply those. There we good. And what you can do between these is have an output. And an input on either side, so it'll balance bloody supplies between them. So let's move user to a different location. Extractor. Where are you? RB here. I'm getting rid of these cables anyway, so yeah. Cool. Get rid of that oil. Importer there. Wow, I guessed that. That wasn't a bad guess. There we go. So here, remote demand, full power, power supply. Local demand of 500. Bots, transports, done. And then we put a balancer in. Okay, so this is a case of verticality. Done. So there we go. Alright, so there we go. Now we're pulling in tons and tons and tons of silicon. So, and they're balanced between them. I could do a couple lines from this one to that one, but, you know, you don't want to get too insane with it, because really at the end of the day, who cares? It'll balance itself out. Sooner or later. So, as I said, I can also do the same thing for here if I wanted to. I'd increase the amount of supply of this to anywhere. Probably will have to do that for these eventually, but for now we don't have to. Drop off the extra resources that we're carrying. We'll have to make some more of these later on. I could probably drop off some of them. Yeah, that's probably just how much I dropped off. What I might do is drop off all these launchers, and the shuttle launchers can stay there. Alright, so now that we've gotten all the copper, all the iron, and all the silicon, so this can disappear now. This is glass. Not the right thing to get rid of. Oopsie doopsie. Yeah, I stuffed up. Who cares? Okay, cool. So, glass, titanium. Might make titanium my next effort, but... we are looking for... I can get rid of this and replace it with, instead of having input of... it can supply the other bunch. This can supply the other bunch. This can supply the other bunch. Turning them all off. This can disappear. This can disappear. That can disappear. That can disappear. That can disappear. Alright, now we've got some raw resources to go drop off. And then we can order in from our new supply area to supply that we just got rid of for now. If we can actually drop any off. It's already chockers. Wow. Alright, so a spare drop off. There we go. We'll have to do the same thing for the iron, which is over here. Alright. We won't need to put in a new drone port, we won't. We can use the ones that were already there. No, we can't. Oh, I can get rid of this though. That goes to the exact same thing, and that was feeding copper. bricks. This is what I mean. I've got spaghetti everywhere, and half the plot thing is I don't know where half the shit goes. This is why I'm working on getting rid of all this, because there's just so much shit everywhere that just has no freaking purpose anymore. You know, like, I just got so confused where shit needed to go. Oh, this is my planet's backup power. So this is like what one of those full batteries looks like when you build it. Oh, so this one actually, yep, okay, so these can be pulled away. Done. Cool. So yeah, we're slowly getting rid of the old production areas just because we don't need it. Especially now that we've got these huge ones replacing the old ones. I don't know what that goes to, so before I get rid of it. So let's put in a one of these guys. It can bring in them, local demand, powered, grab some juice. Supply it with transport, supply it with distillers. We'll do interstellar, local demand. Alright, who needs iron? You need iron. So that was iron feed there. Okay, I'm not sure what's going on there, so let's just do that. There. Restored iron. And copper, same thing, local demand. So that's what it's like when you set up a different. Let's get rid of them. How you can swap between which selection you want stuff to come out of. So here we go. Restore copper for now. And this is using off our current new smelter area. So we don't have multiple smelter areas. It just have one centralized smelter area where everything comes in and goes out from. There we go. It's a lot of splitting of iron into a lot of different directions. I reckon we get rid of that one. And we just put a second one in. Done. Nice and easy. Actually, it probably would have been easier just to go across from there. Just like that. But that allows us to do this. Just taking the chance to drink some of my cuppa while it's still warm. We're not going to stay here and do the entire 1000. It's just while I'm drinking my cuppa. I don't usually yip yap so much while I'm playing games, so yeah, I'm running really dry. No, we're nearly finished, and might as well finish it off. Wasn't expected to, but oh well. Done. Cool. So action C, supplies coming to this fast enough to keep my system supplied, even with 2 feed outs of it. We're not using a total heap of drones, so you know, got rid of all that extra production, got all the spare resources back, and we're supplying what we need from it. So you can't ask for more. So if I get rid of this, do that, get rid of that, and put a, yep. We're done. So that isn't, yep. So copper's going out, iron's going back out. Nice and cruisy. Well, since this steel is literally just sitting here doing FA, and I've got another one somewhere over there, I'm going to pack this up. Pointless having redundant when it's not doing anything or going anywhere. Oh, it was going over there. Oh well. It's not exactly like it's moving, so meh. But again, this is why we are getting rid of this shit, because seriously, I have lines and lines and lines and lines of stuff going here, there, and freaking everywhere, which I don't know where it's going to half the time. And we killed a production line over here. Yeah, get that re-established. What I can do is with this steel line or whatever that's here, yeah, just in case. Done. Just in case. No use keeping it. Shibby. So it's just spaghetti everywhere, guys. Absolutely everywhere. So we're making more of these empty batteries. So hopefully our little battery thing over whichever where it is, I think it's not that one. Over here maybe somewhere. Alright, follow the bright light. There it is. How goes that? Hmm, 500 in transport. That's working pretty good. So this crystal thing here, are they the same as them? Yes. Oh yeah, that's got 2 full boxes worth. So that worked for getting that going again, which fed this. I don't have any of those, which is good. But we've got a lovely supply of yellows anyway. Yellows are there. The only thing we're suffering is a purple shortage. So what's going on with purple? What are you suffering from? A lack of wacky whack. That one. You're suffering a shortage of that. What are you suffering from? Ah, okay. Something we can top up. Hey, look, I've got a supply thing right here. We can top that up full of little resource things. Grab this, local demand. Yes, no, come on. Remote demand as well. Amaro? No? Wow, it's got a supply line right there of it. These guys aren't operating. Yeah, it's being a pain. I've got full boxes over here. Alright, let's go set up a box supply. Like, I've got large boxes full of the shit. Right here. Large boxes full of it. Let's top these guys up. Let's go that. There we go. Now we've got pretty much an infinite supply of it going. Okay. Supply problem re-established without having to run a line all the way from over there to here. So the little drones just go and get it. So yes, go and get your supplies, guys. That should get purples running better. And what I'll do is I'll just put more than one connection line to that new supply area, because that's not supplying anywhere near quick enough. So that's a balancer for these big storage boxes. I was trying out how like storing between things was going to work and whatnot, so Actually. Whoosh. Stop that up. That's output. This is input. Oh, and that one's reverse. Like, seriously? What the hell was I thinking? No wonder I got confused. There we go. That's that one. Fixed. And we'll just do a dedicated supply line for this one. Screw it. There we go. There we go. Now the supplies of that's getting used a little bit better. And we can just follow these flying bots. Could you imagine trying to run a cable all the way across? Like, seriously. No. Just no. Alright. Problem has been restored. Well, flow rate has been restored. So, we've got much more purples going in and out now. So, research will continue. So, it's so easy to get onto doing a little side project here and there to break up the large construction projects so you don't get so tangled up in one thing. But we will slowly pull apart production lines of stuff that we've built previously and things that don't need to be there anymore or things like that. So things are getting there. This is my original bloody supply line. So this is the actual what do you call it? Buffer, whatever. So this was, yeah, where everything was getting fed onto and stuff was coming off and getting made and whatnot. So this is the original thing that I started off with. So yeah, trying to use the Factorio concept, but we soon moved on from that to higgledy-piggledy shit everywhere. So next time I go over to the Forge world, or the new bloody Dyson Sphere world, I'm taking a heap of these to level out the planet. So still going through a ton of stone. Well, this has been finished. I can clear that out. Yeah, this is still my supply hub one, so let's top that up. punch them out of there. Leave a small amount. So yeah, this was my increase in solar sail production area because I needed a ton more of these to finish off that Dyson Sphere, so I expanded this. But this is the type of thing that I was talking about where, like here, it takes in glass, processes it into that, and then glass and some circuit boards, which the circuit boards are getting made over here, somewhere around here. And then so this stuff would be made and then supplied to make these with, all kinds of shit. So, but I'll be able to have something as simple as this get supplied from these towers then. So these, since they take glass and glass is essentially like this, I think what I'll end up doing is when I relocate this glass production area to over where the other guys are, that I might have it feed into one of these towers and then have that tower feed directly into that production. Because, you might as well, it's right there. So, just to save a bit of transport and stuffing around. So, what I am going to do is I'm going to shut down the titanium saucer and to local storage. Actually, I might put that back on and let it finish off and just use it up. I might as well let it finish using what's in it. Kind of pointless not to, I guess. And since like this one here, I didn't select it properly, you can actually click on this little drop down icon and then select it later on, just like that, and it'll swap over to it. So it'll start supplying like it's meant to. So, because say, well, we won't select one for this. I'll show you it again. But sometimes you have to have a little wacky thing there to get it to work, but let that finish off, and let's grab that, and let's supply. Might as well let it finish off what it was doing. While we work on the new one. There we go. And now you can click on here, get your little drop down icon, and there we go. So that's now supplying, so it's just using up the reserves. So we can actually take the long range transports out of that, we can take the local transports out of it, we can get rid of the bloody warp drives, clear that out. So this is now ready when it's finished emptying to be packed up and reused. So, and if we wanted to, we could set up a titanium one maybe. Where? I reckon right here works. So we'll use this one as a guideline, move these across. Get rid of them. Actually, we probably could have left them. We'll need them for power. Because yeah, we'll put the new towers here. Leave a gap. New tower. And smelt titanium. As you can see, that production-wise, if you look at it, I'm basically going through the first top row. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Place that road properly. And I need to go pick up some more of the boxes. This is why we have spares built. And we can drop off the iron and the metal. Right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Perfect. One there, one there, one there. Mirror on the other side. Let's put it right in the middle, actually. There we go. And then we have our splitter here. And our little ones that drop down on the little side. Awesome. So raw resources are ready to go in. Ready to be processed. To gather here at the end. And we have our little combiner. Awesome. So, that's the first of 9. So, we'll probably end up... we shouldn't end up going into the dodgy area, so... Let's get to it. And I stuffed them up. Ha. Oops. You can put longer range power poles in, these guys, but they're a pain. The little ones, they just, you can zip them in all kinds of little nooks and whatnot for what you want to do, and honestly, they're the easiest ones to use. I thought these satellite substations you could actually like have orbiting your planet and just have enough of them set up so that the entire planet would have power, which would have been so cool. But yeah, it doesn't work that way. There we go. So there's the basic setup. Put our new storage towers for the end products in. Whoosh. Put our gather points in. The extractors. The inputs. The extractors once the raw resources has been made. Well, sorters. And the inputs. And that one's done. So, next one. Does get extremely repetitive, but as I said previously, once this is done, we don't have to do it again. We'll have more than enough production to basically satisfy any sort of production goal that we could possibly have in the future. And we'll have bucket loads stored up. Wait for the autosave to be a pain. And make sure we do this side of it so we don't forget. And once we put the next one in, after this one's finished, we can put in our towers for importing and exporting of the raw resources. So we'll actually be able to see it start working. Again, this is why I literally built thousands of these sorters. Because you use tons of them doing projects like this. Alright, and last but not least for this section, and also power poles. It's very, very last thing we'll do. Awesome. So, some power poles. Don't need that one. There we go. And there. And just like all our others, we put our power poles here, here, and here. So, yep, there's... Oh, actually, I got it wrong. We need to do another 2 before we can put the central lines in. But what we can do is, while that's sitting there, is we can do our temporary feed lines. That's not going to work this time. But here we go. As I said earlier, now that the storage is drained, we can pick her up. We can pick up these. These still... Do they have any... No. This one still has a little bit. These can all be picked up because there won't be any raw resources in them. And that'll be them gone. Love being able to just click on the main building and it pick up the inserters, well, sorters, without having to do it each individually, because you've seen what it takes to place them, and you can imagine what it's like to have to do it the other way all the time, which is a nightmare. Oh, my dog was yelling at something. There we go. So we only picked up a little bit there from the feeds. So we can pick up these and these. Alright, so that's got a local supply and local demand. So what I can do is we will put outputs from this, feed them in, so we don't have to move all this shit manually. Because, like, yeah, stuff doing that again. Because as we learnt while we were playing, that this is much more convenient. There we go. Get rid of the little side ones, which you could have waited for that, I guess. Get rid of those, get rid of those. We've got a little bit more on us, so this... Oh yeah, there we go, we can fit that in there, and fit that last little bit in there. So there we go, this is now supplied to there. We'll top up the little drones, because it'll need that when we actually set up our gather one over this side. But at least we won't have to move all that manually. So, alright, let's set up our next line of this. So we know we need this. The good thing is, you know, all the ones we just picked up there before, we can reuse here, and this will never be moved. So, I haven't had to build new furnaces for a while since we're reusing other ones from other areas, but this is going to make life so much better for me. Awesome, and put the power poles in. So the main buildings are in, at least. Nice. So that was, we could do the sorters in a bit. So 1, 2, 3, this one, and then the third one. There we go. Power poles. Right, so 1, 2, 3, and here's the middle one that we wanted. And so grab a interstellar trade hub. Right there. Let that connect in. Since it's not actually hooked up, these can just connect in since they're not actually ready to go. And I did that wrong. Heh. Since we're actually going to feed out of this into these boxes, so number one. I wonder if you can do it this way. No, you can't. Worth a try. Wasn't sure whether you could or not. Never actually tried it. Would have driven me insane if you could have. Because I'd be like, why haven't I been doing that in the first place? But makes sense that you can't. Alright, so let's put the inserters in. The last thing we'll do is actually order the stuff, so since there's only 3 boxes worth that we'd previously made, we don't have to hook it up to more than 3 boxes because it's still getting used currently, and, well, it's pointless to do extra. And have our feed out and do our last connections. There we go. We'll need power to there. Nice. Alright, and we can top up the drones, do the interstellars, top up the warpers. Schedule our warpers as always to 500, local demand. And then we can go this, and this time we go local demand. So there we go. Huge supply coming in. So there's nearly, that's what, 40 drones launched from here. And yes, full. So put our full power demand up. And there goes. Whoosh. Very nice. So now we can hook these up. Since we're not actually bringing in the raw resources yet to actually make more of the titanium ingots, we can just hook these up and leave them there in place so we don't have to do it later on. And we can finish these off. And the very last thing we'll do is hook up all the sorters so that we can just have these all in place and do a sorters run. Since we know our system works, we just have to actually just place it all in. There we go. Put our power in. Yep. Massive amount of ingots coming in and going out. Massive amount. We've got a little bit of ore on us, so we'll chuck that in there and have some new stuff getting built. So we also need to do our splitters here. So that's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and so this is where we would put our interstellar trade hub to request. So we'll put it there. We don't have enough drones or anything for this one, so we're going to have to build some more of those. That we need power. We know this needs to request, so we limit it down to 500 like usual. Remote demand, local demand, and we can start ordering in ore. So we can go local demand, remote demand, push, full supply. So this isn't hooked up in the middle yet, so it's not feeding into those, so it doesn't matter. We can set it up. Same as that. And we can place this in to say there. There we go. And now we just need to finish off this side here as well, the last three. And then once the majority of the stuff has been brought over, we can actually pull apart the starport from over here and let the drones and everything from this one supply the one that doesn't have any over there. And we can't because this is also supplying the glass makers. And then again, it's really, the glass makers don't need to. Let's just turn that to storage. Turn that to storage. Basically turn it off. Take that away. We just take those out. We can. Split these in half, put half back. Get rid of that one. So it's slowly draining these. Slowly. How's the level actually doing? Yeah, no, what we could do is let's speed it up a little. Like that. Have this one come up here. Oh, have it come up here and go in here. Alright, have this one just connect to that one. Just like that. Now we've got 6 inputs going. So that's a lot more going in there. So that'll transport it a lot quicker, I think. So alright, that means we can load up our interstellars, our local supply guys. And let's get building the last 3 for this section. Our balancer. So this time it feeds out this side. Come down here and into there. So that's all there done. Then we can put our export one line in for this and actually feed it in because we haven't hooked stuff up yet. There we go. And 2 more. And that's that project finished once we put the actual inserters in, which is going to take ages to do that. But at least all the buildings will be in. We can see how big it is, that it's not going to encroach into a shivered area where we have to stuff around the planet's rotation. Oh, we need to go get some more boxes. Again, while we built so many. I'm going to be so happy once I've finished the majority of this project because seriously, this is something I thought about there. While I was trying to get to sleep there one early morning after being awake most of the night, and you think I could get to sleep? No, just kept thinking about this. Drove me nuts for hours. I eventually did get to sleep, but yeah, not after a few hours of thinking about it and how I was going to do different things and come up with like a few plans, and then I realised, oh, that wasn't going to work, or this wasn't going to work, or yeah. And last but not least, row. So yeah, at least it hasn't gone into the stupid curved area on the planet. So, oh, stuffed up. I do love that they put that detail in, that, as you get to certain areas of the planet, the spacing changes and whatnot. It's a nice little detail they put into the game. Not a lot of games would have bothered, but yeah, it was a great little addition to it, I think. And last conveyor line for it. Nice. So how's this going? Yeah, we're still outputting to the boxes quicker than what it can order it. So that's good. So that's just a matter of waiting for that to finish now, really. So what we will do is we'll cut these off here and here, and then we can hook up the actual ore to these and let them start working. Because there's no reason why they can't. And that's not feeding out anyway, so. But I don't mind if we store the spare ore in the boxes. That's not going to affect anything. You wonder why I zoomed in so much like that? It was just the tower being in the way, so just makes it easier. You can zoom in, you can do this real quick. As long as we don't put the output actually on the lines, it won't start filling up these boxes crazily. So, well, then again, we could because we've cut it off, so it's just these ones we can't. So yeah, it started to store up spare resources. Yeah, so it's still outputting crazily fast, which is awesome. Alright, so these boxes are emptying, which is good. So yeah, it's getting there. I should have left these hooked up to the main system. Because that can also help feed that while we're busy doing stuff. It depends where that was going too, because that was all coming down here and whatnot. So because that's finished, that's the only one that needs more supplies, which is just iron and copper. So we could probably put a that iron needed. Yeah, that's an iron line. That's inputting iron, not extracting it. Yeah. Oh, I nearly clicked on the wrong thing. Hmm. Cool. Alright guys, I'm going to take a quick break, so I'll be back. Alright, we are back. So I just found out that you aren't hearing a lot of the in-game noise, so I will try and remedy that. Alright, so you should be able to hear the in-game noise better now. And so here's another bloody vertical line that I've had to raise up. So you can raise it up quite high, you know. You can actually go a lot higher, I believe. Hang on. So if we press the up arrow on the keyboard for the arrow keys, so you can get stupidly high if you really want to, like. I think you can get it even higher. So, but yeah. Don't know why you would, but you can. So, I went and got myself some leftover food from yesterday, since, you know, it's after lunch here and I'm starving. Welcome to anybody who's joining the stream since I've come back. How's that resources going? Alright, so just ordering it up and supplying it to the storage as quick as I can see it. So, looks cool how it does it. Buddy, you can't have my food. Go away. My dog's kind of coming over here trying to get some of my lunch because he can smell the meat. There's plenty of food, but he's always hungry. It's not like a young teenager, like he's always in the pantry looking for food. Doesn't matter whether he's got food sitting there, he's always got bloody food. On the mind. Some powerfuls, even though we saw a ton of them. There we go. So the only lines that are really going to keep running around this planet at this point will be oil. Because I haven't decided what I'm going to do with that, as we talked about earlier. So... but we need to go back over and finish doing the sorters. But otherwise I'll forget about them, not doing them, and wondering why this thing's not working. Which would be incredibly annoying. those lines aren't connected, we don't have to worry about that overloading the system while we're trying to do the transfers. So these ones are already done. They're building up, that's good. Right, we just have to finish doing these. So you really get the sense of like a proper factory noise when you're near it and the thing's running constantly. And sometimes it's easier just to swap your perspective around when you're trying to do your sorters that when it's connecting. So it's so easy. Like if you really want things to be exactly the same, it's easier sometimes just to spin the camera. Yeah, I reverse those, but I don't really give two shits. Then we put the outputs. As quick as that can output. There we go. So we got what? 1, 2, 3 more to go. 4. So yes, monotonous work, but once she's done, she's done. Power's not covered in that one little section, so all we'll do is we'll swap those inserter around, so we don't have to worry about moving power poles around. Nice and easy. So yeah, we'll get these going, but we just won't feed it into the actual storage boxes itself. You can start feeding there, it just won't be input into there yet. So you'll just see a store here and these will get full. But it won't affect the storage boxes. Great thing is if you click roughly on the line and you don't get it exactly where you want, you can move the cursor around to get it to where you want it to work. So like here you can move it up and down and within reason, a couple of spots, it'll actually still work for you. So there we go, there's those. And last one for the connections, other than like doing the ones over here. But we're nearly finished this project. We probably just need to go check on the Dyson Sphere, see how that's going. to take a large load of concrete blocks with us to it, so that we pave a ton of that planet. So there, no yellows, perfect. Yellows will develop in the middle once they fill up, because they can't output. Let's check on the factories. Oh yeah, see, one on the left here, it is finished. We can get rid of that line altogether. That box is done. This one just finished. That one finished too. So whoosh. Not bad, we got over here at the perfect time to see 3 of them finish. Not bad. Drop off the extra that we picked up. We don't need it. I'll also just pack this bit up, stuff that's not actually taking any, so why not? We're slowly shutting down the production in these areas. Top that back up. With the amount of stuff we have left, we could probably come over here. Ourselves. Okay. It'll be quicker. It's not bad, like we've only having to move a couple of boxes with us, so... yeah. Last trip. Go back over there and pick up the rest of the stuff there, but yeah. As you say, I honestly don't care which section of this thing actually fills up first. It's just a matter of let's get it filled up. Now the great thing is we don't have to wait for the receiver one to empty, because at the end of the day we actually wanted to have stuff in it. So we just have to wait for this one to empty. So as you can see, it's still pulling stuff out of it. Once we see that all the things in it have been requested, we can set the drone down to 1%. that's it. The last drone has returned. We can pick that up, we can pick that up, we can turn that to that, and just collect it all. Done, and yes. Spaceport gone. Wow. Intense how that's just whoosh, gone. And we can shut down this. Now we actually need it to go the other way. Oh wow, we just finished that research. So the ray receivers have less diminish efficiency. So can't even reuse these little inserters because they're going the wrong direction. Like, we're reusing them once we pick them up, but we can't reuse them where they're placed. So, yeah, it's a pain. At the end of the day, I guess I could just ignore them, but, you know, why? I want this to be set up perfectly, and then left alone, and if it looks good the way it is, I'll never touch it again. But if it's not, I'll be like, it's not perfect. I like being these things to be perfect. That one. Done. And connect, and connect, and connect, and connect. Beautiful. Now it's feeding in. We can go pick up our supplies that we need for building structures and whatnot. There we go. Probably store some more of that there. How's our power? Yep. Take one satchel worth and one of them. Top it up. The only thing we need to do now is actually hook up the inputs of these into the actual storage joints. And that is it. Done. We have our input, we have our output. These are full, that's full. This one we can top up. It's now full. Done, done. So, yep, it's demanding that. It's supplying it. Where is the local little resource ones coming from? Oh, okay. So let's just turn that there. And there we go. once it finishes. Yep. And that's cleared. So we can, once this has gone all the way over here, we can remove the supply of this. Slowly but surely, we will drain, well, pick up all the random productions of stuff around the map and only have one centralized location and not have random ones here, there, and bloody everywhere. So, yes, it's getting there, very slowly. Alright, we can come back to that. That was on there. Alright, so let's go and check out the Dyson Sphere. We will create a storage box beside this here. Actually, we'll do a double. Store all our stuff. And take huge chunks of this with us. There we go. Alright, let's check it out. Let's get off this planet for a bit. Head over to Lambda. Look good. Alright, so when you're in spaceflight, you press tab to unlock the mouse so you can actually do stuff. And alright, we have a small amount of solar sails getting launched. So we still need a lot more launched, but instead of overloading the place with bloody just stuff hanging around in orbit and not getting used. Here we go. And landing. Nice. Can I make this grid bigger? No. Oops, that's disabling. I want that. this is exactly how I leveled out my first planet. So, under the assumption that I'm probably going to have to have a secondary planet leveled out and have extra production in that, I'm leveling this one out because this will be my secondary planet. So, also makes it easier for you to see ores and that are available. So, and there are like raised areas and whatnot, so you get plenty of landfill. As you can see, this soil pile. When you're filling in these large trenches, it deducts it, but most of the time you can actually get extra from planets like this. So, especially some moons that you can actually see the large piles of extra you'll get. So here, when we're doing these rocks and whatnot, we're gaining. So it's mainly like these sections whatnot. I can actually see what I'm doing properly now. So having a dark background, you've got a bright one. So in this case, it's essentially giving me a blank canvas in order to work on, I guess. So, like, this may end up being my oil factory. This planet. I just don't know yet. So, we've got a lot of options to go with. And we'll end up getting rid of all the wind turbines, or they will disappear. And we'll just end up using the power from the Dyson Sphere because it has a shit ton of power this one's making compared to the normal one I've got at the other one. So, but as you can see, like, we've done a huge section of this planet with concrete now, and we've only just come into about halfway in our inventory. So, and we've still got a ton of this stuff back on the other planet we can go and use yet. So we've still got 1 million soil to use, so you can't make the soil. It can only be taken from planets when you level them, so well, not that I've been able to find. If there is a way to do it, I do not know how, and I haven't seen any things on how to do it, so I thought you might have been able to do it like you do with the stone from Factorio, that you might be able to use that to make soil fill, but if there is a way to do it, I have not found it. That's not to say it's not out there, I just haven't found it. But as you can see, like, you know, I'm not using that much soil fill and I'm covering huge swaths of this. You know, it's pretty even. So, the little annoying blocks that I'm getting rid of with this as well, they're essentially stone I could have harvested, but meh, they're a pain. So as you can see, there's still tons of natural resources on this planet for me to harvest and ship off world yet. So I'll end up doing that well before I actually try setting up any sort of permanent production on this planet. So I actually did consider making this the Forge world and setting everything up here, but I figured the basic resources that I'm going to be smelting, I needed more room than what I would say if I wanted to put oil, so that's why I've decided to do what I'm doing. So I'm also going to have to find another world where I can ship off megatons of water to feed the oil, because the ones I've got, they're satisfying for now, but eventually, you know, if I'm going to have a world dedicated to oil production and whatnot, I'm going to need a lot more water for some of the recipes to continue to go. So, and we're nearly out of the concrete stuff, so and we're out. It's not bad. We covered probably about half the planet in that one shipment alone. So one more ship, yeah, probably 1 and a bit shipments, we should be fairly good. at least like this is also generating power for the turbine or the furnace wheel. So, and it uses these graviton lenses incredibly slowly to you know, double your power output from these receivers. So yeah, don't feel bad about that for sure. You know, using them, it's definitely worth doing. So, and there's other planets in this system yet to harvest on, so I'm sure one of them I could probably get water from. So, let's go back to Scotty. Get easily to get disorientated on which direction you have to go when you fly back to a planet. So here we are. Alright, cool. We're chockers again. Let's head back. I'm gonna continue to eat my lunch while they're wearing warp. If you are curious, the amount of hours I have put into this game on this playthrough, you can see down the bottom right hand corner, 212 hours, 56 minutes, so nearly 213 hours. So, as I said, the majority of that first lot was just to get the first Dyson Sphere built. Oh wow. Okay, no, this is about the halfway marker, so we've actually got probably 2-3 loads left to go to actually finish covering this world, but we'll get there. So, but it's quite fun once you actually get a ton of this thing going and done and whatnot. You know, I never thought I'd get my first Dyson Sphere built, let alone a second one, you know, nearly completed. So the second one only took me probably about 40 hours so far to, you know, and that's leaving the computer on overnight to allow the supplies and that to actually just get shipped off world and actually build. So there's, you know, there's probably 3 or 4 days worth where I've just left the computer running with the game in the background just to get stuff built. So I haven't spent the entire time working on it, things like I have been in the last 4 hours for my stream. So there's a lot of stuff that you can still do, you know, stuff you need to do. Getting the place set up, you know, like what we're doing on the Forge world, so that we can have constant production and don't have to ever touch it again, is a lovely project to do. But that's something you do when you're active all the time. Otherwise, most of the time, as I said, it's just a matter of letting things run because it takes time for shit to build and supply, and you can't really speed anything up. It just has to happen at its own pace unless you want to make a stupid level of industry. But that's the thing, like with the Forge World, what we're doing, we will have a stupid level of industry in the end, so... And this stuff's really easy to do when you're flying around doing this, so... You can just keep cruising. You can see how much we're tearing through in the inventory. But we will have a lovely flat world ready to go for our next lot of production, and we'll have a stupid supply of power from this Dyson Sphere to make sure we have no power issues, and we can essentially do whatever we want. Like, once you get a couple of Dyson Spheres built, like seriously, power issues are a thing of the past. Especially once you get proper supply lines going, all kinds of shit. But I am curious about how this antimatter stuff one works in this, because I have not looked at that. So it's going to be interesting to see. I did promise I'd show up some of that earlier, but we never got back to it. Rocks and that are keeping us in positive figures for the soil, which we're nearly running out of. We come here with 2 million, and we're down to our last little bit. I doubt we're getting... no, we're running out. So now we just have to fill in the bits that it'll let us do with what we've got left over. This happens, unfortunately. We've still got like large swabs of the ground we can fill in without having the soil, but yeah, you can see how important having that soil build up actually is. So there are some planets where you don't have any little valleys like this at all, and you can basically use all the soil from them to level planets like this. But yeah, as I said, this will be our second world that we will probably turn to massive oil production, I'd say. Everything will be imported, unfortunately, but you know, we're nearly out of concrete again already. Out. Our second full load of concrete has gotten our new planet looking like that. Kind of looks like a Death Star. So the planet's gone from looking like something from hell to a Death Star looking thing. So there's not there's quite a few large gapped areas here. So we go get another supply of concrete. We could probably finish off some of these sections, and then we could probably pinch some ground from the other planets in this system, and it'll finish it off. We'll also be able to start picking up the wind turbines at some stage, especially if we put in more of these ray receivers, and as long as they've got these bloody lenses to upgrade the power, that'll come in handy. So, but at least here we're getting some supplies of stuff to power the other planet. Still got plenty of these. So, how many have we got in orbit? Over 200. So this one to finish off needs 2,000 roughly. This one, say 2,000. Say 3,000 for that one. Probably 4,000 would be easier. So we're talking, you know, so 2, 4, 8, 11, 18, 24, say 26,000 more solar cells, or solar panels, and this will be finished. So I'm curious what it'll get up to. Like, we're at 23.1 gigawatts of solar energy, so how many is this stored? So that's 10 in each row. We've got 6 rows, so let's use it 600, 1200 there. Oh, sorry, 12. So it's 2,000 there. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12,000. We've got 2 of them, so that's 24,000. Yeah, it's pretty much what we needed. So, yeah, we don't need to really order any more now. It's got enough there. That wasn't bad. So, it'll get finished eventually, but we're in no rush. Back to go get our load of concrete. You have to get far enough away from the planet to allow it to let you go into warp, so... There, and right there is our lovely forged area. That's so cool. We still have tons of work to do to finish setting up our forge, like the stone one for making glass. It hasn't been made yet. It's like this here. Oh well, this column's completely empty, so we'll get rid of that column. That one's empty. That one's empty. That one's empty. These are all empty, by the looks of it. Right, that's still got stuff in it. This one's definitely full, empty. These are all empty. These ones on the right are all empty. Put the stone that we had left over there. So, we've still got tons of glass to be used. do have enough room, I could just pick these up. Yeah, there's nothing I will. Sweet. That one's still got plenty of room in that one, plenty of room in that one, and we've got some stone on us. Not bad. So, yeah, there's all the forges gone. Wow. As I used to say, the guns have gone silent. Tis insane to see that not working anymore. After watching it and building it when I was trying to build that Dyson Sphere so much and when I needed that extra production, to have it like this now, it's very surreal. Cool, surreal. To think that it's not even producing anymore. And all of this. All of that needed. These aren't making anymore? Wow. So this is the other thing that you need iron ore directly for. So this is going to be another plant we have to build. But I have an intention with that, with the other iron ore source that we've already got, on what to do with this. Actually, with the fact that we could actually close this one down. Do is put a box here, put some extractors. There we go. It still has a little bit of stone in it. I don't care about 400 stone. They put it in my inventory anyway. I still find this amazing that this is all being pulled up. But look at the spaghetti here, like seriously. Unreal. How about this? Yeah, This section can go too. If I can pull this up and I can replace it somewhere else. Slowly but surely, we are getting rid of all the old ones. So it's just going to deplete from the reserves. If I don't need it, I get rid of it. That one's still choppers, that one's still choppers. They're all feeding together still. Nice. What about these? These are expensive to make too, so picking them up is great. That can disappear. That can also disappear. Let's top that up. What's that going to? I am making those. Okay, yep. Still have tons of that, thankfully. Get rid of this box and that box. This all has to be pulled apart as well eventually. These are the original ones. Well, if the other one's building, I can get rid of these. What's that? So that's just supplying nothing really. It's just solar cells. I can take these over to the ones over here, drop them off, top these up, because this is already supplying. I can go local demand. Get rid of that. Okay, cool. We've got literally one box feeding another. Essentially. Alright. Just dropping off the spares. I don't need them. Nice. And this is essentially pulling the solar cells from the other supply joint to here. Gonna put a second supply line in. So let's unload it even quicker. There we go. So this will unload the one over here, and we can reallocate this one. Nice. This is what these look like when they run out. They start flashing at you. So that's fully loaded. I don't need this here anymore. So I've already got a full supply of that on the other side. Means I don't need that, don't need that. Don't need them. We are slowly cleaning this joint up. Off to the other side. We can chuck another supply of this in. this is all just temporary, so we can start cleaning up the other place. Done. Another full storage of that on the other side, so we can make use of that. Store that. It's so easy to just start consolidating stuff at times. Shut down one area and move it for the thing that you still need, and then just, you know, keep moving around stuff later on. So we'll finish this off. Nearly done. Gonna be so happy when this is finished. Might also help if I do this too, alright. Okay. And we're nearly out of factories, so this has topped our smelting factories up again. If you recall, all this stuff is just stuff we've picked up. It's not even any of our original stuff. All our original stuff's still over near the actual bloody pavement materials, which is over here. So this is all our original stuff. So yeah, we're starting to gather up supplies to continue to build in our new areas. So stone's going to be the next one we start equipping. That, take all them out, put them back in here. Take them out, take them out, take them out. So we've already got boxes for them. So now we can get a lot more of this. One more supply run after this and we're done. Done. We've got plenty of this, which is great. We've still got another supply of that. This is the thing that we need to take over next. Because its supply will run out soon, which is here. So cool. So that's actually fully different. Glass is the only thing that we're suffering a lack of eventually here. But yeah, we've now had all the solar sails moved over, thankfully. So that can keep moving there, that'll supply there, and eventually fill that one up. And then this will go like that, and this will then turn to remote supply. And local supply. She should be good. Oh, this certainly changed, didn't it? We went from full boxes to almost empty boxes. So here's the original glass ones. It's slowing down, sure. It's not getting any more stone by the looks of it. We had a bit of supply of stone, but oh well, we don't need this anymore. Because we're about to rebuild this anyway. This is our next project. The other great thing is this is going to open up huge areas of available space for later on for other projects. So, oh, we can also get rid of this titanium. Done with that. What's this need? So yeah, here's the secondary product from stone. So stone bricks, which we don't have any left of. Okay. So stone's definitely our next product that we have to work on. Unlike Factorio, eventually you can get to a point where you really don't need stone at all for a call, but in this one, stone's always required. But as I said, you don't want to use stone to make silicon when there's still so many other things that require stone, so it's just a waste of resources if you do. So, but we're slowly cleaning out this spaghetti. Still got a lot of shit to get through it with, but we are getting there, sir. What do these need? These. Which is, what do they need? They need these things. These things that just take time to build, really. They need these. So, yeah, we're going to need huge factories worth of these to start building shit. Yeah. Lots of work to be done yet. So, stone. Where shall we build our stone supply? Required. The oil's backed up. Don't know why, but it is. It's all backed up. It's going this way. So that goes from that's the supply, builds up, goes this way. This is doing my head in every time I go past it. Problem solved. Okay, so we're still chewing through it. Not as quick as we could be. I love being able to do that now. That can be cleared off. Yeah, so some projects are getting finished off. We'll end up running out of supplies in some areas because we've cut off the supply to them, so drop that off, resort this. Raw materials can go that way. Resort it. Raw materials. Cool, we have a ton of belts we've been picking up. So I might create a belt box. I only usually keep about 2,000 on me. So, yeah, we're certainly still ready to go. I think about these large towers is they can be a pain to navigate around sometimes. But does this have its full complement? One of them I don't think had. No. That's fine. Alright. So, instead of us having to hand make drones all the frickin' time, let's do a temporary build project for them. So it needs the reinforced thruster, and this one needs your basic thruster. As you can see, you use a lot of these processors. You end up, circuit boards, and then, and we've got everything to make these basic circuits, which you end up needing tons and tons of. Just got to figure out what we want to do our stone production. Gonna need boxes, so let's grab a supply of them. Gonna need these. Gonna take those out and put those in a separate box. Sort that out. Take that out. We've got a spot for that. Cool. I got fuel. Got warpers. Get a bit more fuel. Cool. Nothing worse than running out of fuel somewhere. But you can charge off the power systems to your guy if you need to. So that's why I always keep a couple of these wireless transmitter towers on, because this actually pulls from the power grid and recharges your guy. So, yeah. I know, because I want them dedicated, don't I? So if I grab out just something like this. Yep. So this area here, see it's got different lines here, a different line here for different areas of things. What's this? Oh, hydrogen. So here's stone pile. It's supplying stone. It doesn't have any supply vehicles on it. Let's give it some supply vehicles. Come over here and we'll set this up. Set this. There we go. Just need power for it. Cool. Let's go grab some processors and we'll start making some more transports and everything in our inventory while we're working. Yeah, here we go. What else do we need? Some metal, iron, steel. I still had a steel pile around here. There we are. What else do we need? Oh yeah, just iron and copper. Double check our resource spin. Take that, take that. Cycle. And go cuckoo ka-choo. Nice. So my intention is to use this current load of processors to fully make nothing but drones. Really need these energy guys on me, so they can come out. Fractionators, oilers, oil refinery, oil stuff, that can all just sit in the box. For now, I don't really need it. So that's going to give me a lot more room to piss fart around with and do stuff with. There's more oil stuff that can go in there. So yeah, just need more copper. Let's grab 2 rows of it. Just need more iron. Luckily you've got big supplies of it. What's that need? Steel. We grabbed the steel out of there, so let's go get some more steel. We know where to get it. Top that up. Schedule. More copper. We'll grab steel as well. So yeah, we won't have a drone issue for ages, thankfully, once this is done. Alright, so we'll get a little bit more iron. Get more copper. We need steel. Iron again. And copper. Well, we've nearly used up all those processes, thankfully. And we've used up all those processes. That's done. So that's 5,700 seconds worth of production just for drones. And now we'll start working on what we need in order to make these guys. So let's go drop off the steel and iron if we've got a place we can. Nope, not really. Okay. There we go. Same thing with the copper. We know we've got room for steel to be dropped off. Alright, so what do we need for these? Alright, we need titanium alloy processors, and these guys need more titanium alloy and the electronic turbines. So let's get a row of electronic turbines. Should probably need 2 rows for them. We get another full row of processing chips, and we come over to wait for this autosave. Where's our titanium alloy? Titanium alloy, where are you? And we go cuckoo on it. Yep, we need more titanium alloy, so we can probably drop here. Alright, we need motors. refresh that. Come over here to our motor line. We'll just take a full chunk of it. Schedule. Reset. Now we know we need titanium. Schedule. And processing chips. So we'll put back what we don't need of crap, take all that. Put back the titanium. Was that feeding out somewhere? Was that just storage? I think that's just storage. Yeah. Take that out. Alright, we're going to put those motors back. And that's a lot of them anyway. So, there we go. Now we've got a lot of construction scheduled. So 7,300 seconds worth of construction. So it's not going to stop constructing anytime soon, which is good. We're chocking through the titanium. Still trying to figure out where I'm going to set up our stone area. Could do it here. It's already got this. Alright, so it's got its little supplies. If I move that oil line, I can raise it up. Let's cut it off. Do that. Lay a new oil line that can stay here. Since it won't be interfering with any of this. It's now out of the way. So we'll run power this way. Nothing wrong with having extra connections of power around the joint. You just never know. Don't want to accidentally cut off half your planet for power. So now we opened up a huge section for stone. If I grab one of those, put it there, yep. Means I can border on this edge here, and I can move anything here if need be to make our stone production. So we'll start making glass, and then we'll also do a one later on down the track here, do a the bricks. Might actually do the bricks first, I think. So we want stone, we want demand, and demand. We'll top up these supply guys, drop up that. We need full juice, power, and whoosh. Our usual 500 local supply demand. There we go. And yes, I'm using the lines from there to measure out exactly where I need to put my supply things, so thankfully when you're copying something behind you, it makes your life a lot easier. There we go. So that's measured out our first stone one. And then we'll do our second stone one here. Which means that the oil line thing probably needs to move again, but we'll worry about that later. Here we go with our stone. So let's put in our boxes. Take one off there and there. Yeah, because we'll put in our these guys. That's why we took away that initial one, so that we actually could hook this up. You can't do it with it sitting there, unfortunately. It has to be moved. building this one a little differently than we've done the other ones, just for a change of pace. They're going to look identical. Going to be set up identical. Just the order in which we're building the stuff is going to be different. Just for something different. Which is very different. I'm going very backwards with different, apparently. Over here, cut the stone out of the box. And just chuck it all on that. And let's hook up our boxes. So we have to do this twice. I mean, like, we have to do a setup of this twice. So the smelting sections are all going to be 9s, but the actual processing areas aren't going to be that big. I'm not going to build them that many. So... smelting time. So this is going to be... So we've done that one, that one, that one, that one. Now this one. This one is going to be a different setup altogether because we're going to need energetic graphene. The only thing you use coal is for that now. So we'll set up a dedicated area for that. We'll need another one for the iron for that one. This one we'll be using the... I've never seen the bottom one of those two resources, but the top one we've made heaps of. This one is going to be a different setup altogether. That one's going to be this. These two are the ones we're working on now. This one here will basically be from that. So, because I've never seen the bottom one of that. Again, same thing. That we are not doing because we're not wasting our stone on it. And that will be from the iron. So, we've still got that project. So 1, 2, 3, we need to do those. So 4, we're doing them now. 5, at least 6, 7 projects just on smelters alone to do yet. So still got a crap ton to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. tried holding shift, control, I even try alt maybe? Yeah, alt, no. Can just alt. I was hoping you could just drag, it'd be nice, but tried all the usual options, but you can't. Just gotta place each individual one. So we know that the next section will end up going over the line just a little bit, but we can live with that. Not bad, not getting too many of those errors. But this will be the last lot of projects for today. Once I finish doing this, we'll get this one through to completion for this section of it, and that's going to be it. I'm going to take a break and go do something else for a little bit. So I hope everybody's enjoyed their time with us today. I certainly have enjoyed myself. I'm so happy I've gotten my Forge world to this stage, and hopefully yous have learnt something from the stream today. I've tried to explain everything the best I can, and if anybody has any suggestions, especially on the quality of my audio for the videos, I am working on that to try and make it a lot better for everybody. I'd love to hear any feedback everybody has. Yeah. I have reconsidered, obviously, getting the new Mass Effect until they fix up the issues for the PC port over, because, you know, might as well have brought it on Xbox otherwise. So we'll see what happens there. I was really looking forward to it. I know I may still buy it yet. I'm just tossing up on it. It's an extra $90 for a game, for 3 games at least. You know, it's $30 a game essentially, but yeah, it's still a big investment nowadays. If people actually want to see me put it on my channel, let me know, and it may convince me to do it more. I still have my normal Andromeda one to finish off yet, so that's been on the back burner a little bit. And I've also got another video I'm working on, which is the instructional one for Zero Color VR that answers a lot of general people's questions. I have actually done the filming with the assistance of my wife for that series. So I just have to edit it together and then also re-voice over it now that I've got the sound issues somewhat nutted out. Things are moving along. I do try to always keep my promise when it comes to the videos that are coming out. Just I've been looking for more questions people may ask for that video to make sure I can cover it. So yeah, we'll see what happens. And we are cruising through this one today on this bit. since we've done it several times today. I may have just a couple of these projects finished before I do my next stream for it. I may even do more streaming today yet, I don't know. So, my wife had the great suggestion, just since I do play a lot of hours of computer games that I haven't been putting on the channel, that I should just include those for everybody to have a look at and see what people might enjoy to see. And I stuffed that up. Oops. That was an easy fix, wasn't it? Now we just need the power poles for these sections. Blocks, local supply, this one 500 demand, fill up the vehicles in it, haven't got any Stellars made yet, make sure it has its own power connection, which can go there, and now we need to put power lines in for this section and then just do the actual conveyors. But I'm not going to make his sit through that. So as soon as we finish the power poles, that'll be it. We're out. So I hope to see you again next time. Please consider liking and subscribing if you enjoyed the content. We'll be streaming more often, well, a lot more often. So I hope to see you in the future. So yeah, thanks mates, and I'll see you next time. Bye.